รอบนี้ผมเตรียมพร้อมมาอย่างดีครับแล้วพวกผมจะมาแก้แค้นให้กับประเทศไทยครับผมจะมาเอาแชมป์ครับ
O fato da gente já ter ganho o Mundial uma vez, com certeza traz muitos olhares pra cima de nós, mas nós não temos medo, pode vir que é bala, com nós não tem erro.
Put acertou mais uma vez pra cima deles, meus amigos!
การเล่นของทีมผมก็เป็นแบบที่ทำยังไงก็ได้ครับให้ได้บูย่ามาแล้วก็พวกผมจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
Get ready, Rio. The battle is just beginning.
What's up, survivors? The time has come. This is Rio de Janeiro, where anything can happen. And this is your chance to show who's in charge. The whole world is watching. Every move, every decision is your shot at making history. You can't slip up. Booyah! Rio is more than just the backdrop. Here, you've got to take risks. There's no room for mistakes. Every second counts. Every move could be your last. You are here to shine. The challenge is to become a legend and take the spotlight.
Oh yeah!
E aí? Vai encarar?
Todos querem essa revanche aí.
เตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีครับ เพราะว่าทีมจากบราซิลก็แข็งแกร่งครับ
After finishing as last year's runner-up, Buriram United Esports is ready for the spotlight.
É muito bom estar aqui no Brasil, porque tem toda a sua família aqui torcendo. É uma sensação muito boa e com certeza estamos aí vindo para defender o título, né? E ser bicampeões mundiais de Free Fire.
แข่งขันรอบนี้ผมเตรียมพร้อมมาอย่างดีครับแล้วพวกผมจะมาแก้แค้นให้กับประเทศไทยครับ ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์ครับ
O fato da gente já ter ganho o Mundial uma vez, com certeza traz muitos olhares pra cima de nós. Mas nós não temos medo, pode vir que é bala, com nós não tem erro.
Boot acertou mais uma vez pra cima deles, meus amigos!
การเล่นของทีมผมก็เป็นแบบที่ทำยังไงก็ได้ครับให้ได้อูย่ามา แล้วก็พวกผมจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
Get ready, Rio. The battle is just beginning.
What's up, survivors? The time has come. This is Rio de Janeiro, where anything can happen. And this is your chance to show who's in charge. The whole world is watching. Every move, every decision is your shot at making history. You can't slip up. Booyah! Rio is more than just the backdrop. Here, you've got to take risks. There's no room for mistakes. Every second counts. Every move could be your last. you are here to shine. The challenge is to become a legend and take the spotlight.
Killing spree.
E aí? Vai encarar?
Todos querem essa revanche aí.
เตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีครับ เพราะว่าทีมจากบราซิลก็แข็งแกร่งครับ
After finishing as last year's runner-up, Buriram United Esports is ready for the spotlight.
É muito bom estar aqui no Brasil, porque tem toda a sua família aqui torcendo. É uma sensação muito boa e com certeza estamos aí vindo para defender o título, né? E ser bicampeões mundiais de Free Fire.
แข่งขันรอบนี้ผมเตรียมพร้อมมาอย่างดีครับแล้วพวกผมจะมาแก้แค้นให้กับประเทศไทยครับ ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์ครับ
O fato da gente já ter ganho o Mundial uma vez, com certeza traz muitos olhares pra cima de nós. Mas nós não temos medo, pode vir que é bala, com nós não tem erro.
Bute acertou mais uma vez pra cima deles, meus amigos!
การเล่นของทีมผมก็เป็นแบบที่ทำยังไงก็ได้ครับให้ได้อูย่ามา แล้วก็พวกผมจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
Dominating.
Get ready, Rio. The battle is just beginning.
What's up, survivors? The time has come. This is Rio de Janeiro, where anything can happen. And this is your chance to show who's in charge.
Dominating.
The whole world is watching. Every move, every decision is your shot at making history. You can't slip up.
Booyah!
Rio is more than just the backdrop. Here, you got to take risks. There's no room for mistakes. Every second counts. Every move could be your last. You are here to shine. The challenge is to become a legend and take the spotlight.
Killing spree.
E aí? Vai encarar?
Todos querem essa revanche aí.
เตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีครับ เพราะว่าทีมจากบราซิลก็แข็งแกร่งครับ
After finishing as last year's runner-up, Buriram United Esports is ready for the spotlight.
É muito bom estar aqui no Brasil, porque tem toda a sua família aqui torcendo. É uma sensação muito boa e com certeza estamos aí vindo para defender o título, né? E ser bicampeões mundiais de Free Fire.
แข่งขันรอบนี้ผมเตรียมพร้อมมาอย่างดีครับแล้วพวกผมจะมาแก้แค้นให้กับประเทศไทยครับ ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์ครับ
O fato da gente já ter ganho o Mundial uma vez, com certeza traz muitos olhares pra cima de nós. Mas nós não temos medo, pode vir que é bala, com nós não tem erro.
Bute acertou mais uma vez pra cima deles, meus amigos!
การเล่นของทีมผมก็เป็นแบบที่ทำยังไงก็ได้ครับให้ได้อูย่ามา แล้วก็พวกผมจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
Dominating.
Get ready, Rio. The battle is just beginning.
What's up, survivors? The time has come. This is Rio de Janeiro. where anything can happen. And this is your chance to show who's in charge.
Dominating.
The whole world is watching. Every move, every decision is your shot at making history. You can't slip up.
Booyah!
Rio is more than just the backdrop. Here, you've got to take risks. What's up, survivors? The time has come. This is Rio de Janeiro, where anything can happen. And this is your chance to show who's in charge.
Dominating.
The whole world is watching. Every move, every decision is your shot at making history. You can't slip up.
Booyah!
Rio is more than just the backdrop. Here, you've got to take risks. There's no room for mistakes. Every second counts. Every move could be your last. You are here to shine. The challenge is to become a legend and take the spotlight.
Killing spree.
E aí? Vai encarar?
Everyone's online all the time. Shopping, social media, gaming. But have you thought about the threats lurking behind it? Viruses, hackers, scams. Without protection, your smartphone could be at risk. That's where Kaspersky Antivirus comes in. It blocks threats, keeps your online shopping secure, and still preserves your phone's performance. Want to browse worry-free? It's simple. Just go with Kaspersky. Safe, easy, and essential. Plus, Kaspersky has a limited-time exclusive skin in Free Fire Max. Buy Kaspersky, grab an awesome skin, and secure that booyah in style.
Brasil campeão mundial Magic!
Todos querem essa revanche aí.
เตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีครับเพราะว่าทีมจากบราซิลก็แข็งแกร่งครับ
After finishing as last year's runner-up, Buriram United Esports is ready for the spotlight.
É muito bom estar aqui no Brasil, porque tem toda a sua família aqui torcendo. É uma sensação muito boa e com certeza estamos aí vindo para defender o título, né? Ser bicampeões mundiais de Free Fire.
แข่งขันรอบนี้ผมเตรียมพร้อมมาอย่างดีครับแล้วพวกผมจะมาแก้แค้นให้กับประเทศไทยครับผมจะมาเอาแชมป์ครับ
O fato da gente já ter ganho o Mundial uma vez, com certeza traz muitos olhares pra cima de nós. Mas nós não temos medo, pode vir que é bala, com nós não tem erro.
Bute acertou mais uma vez pra cima deles, meus amigos!
การเล่นของทีมผมก็เป็นแบบที่ทำยังไงก็ได้ครับให้ได้อูย่ามา แล้วก็พวกผมจะคว้าแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
Dominating.
Get ready, Rio. The battle is just beginning.
E aí, pessoal! Sejam todos muito bem-vindos! Eu me chamo Camilota XP e tá começando Free Fire World Series. Sim, estamos de volta em terras brasileiras e eu tô muito ansiosa para darmos início a esse dia memorável. Um bom dia, Yansu!
I love her so much. Thank you, Camilota. What's up, everybody? It's Yunso, and welcome to Rio, the heart of Brazil, and now in the center of Free Fire of the universe. We are beyond thrilled to be a part of this epic event and witness the history in making. And you guys know that. Let's get ready for the energy, the passions, and the unforgettable battles right here.
Exactly! E é o seguinte, gente, são 17 times, 17 fazendo esse show acontecer. E com certeza você vai se emocionar com a gente do começo ao fim. Tem muita história para ser contada, muitas análises para serem feitas aqui, então não perde nenhum segundo. Eu tenho certeza que você não vai se arrepender.
Here we are with the top 7 Free Fire teams from around the world, each one ready to take the spotlight and fight for this historic title. Every player here has put countless hours for this moment. And we are about to see some of the fiercest battle Free Fire has ever seen. Let's go!
Vambora, gente, porque são 9 dias de muita emoção, como eu já bem disse pra vocês, tá bom? Teremos a fase classificatória, o Ponte Rush, que é a corrida pelo bônus, e a nossa grande final vai acontecer na Arena Carioca. Você tá preparado pra torcer pro Brasil? Torce muito, manda muito na hashtag FFWSBR, porque a gente vai fazer um show à parte pra vocês. Eu tenho certeza que vocês vão se emocionar demais.
And welcome to day 1 of 9 epic days of non-stop action. We are just getting started and the atmosphere here is so electric. This is Free Fire at its finest and we are thrilled to bring you in every moment. I think all of the 7 teams here are all ready to make this history begin. What about us? We are so ready. What about you guys?
Tá todo mundo muito mais que preparado, com certeza, Yansu. É isso aí, os meninos, os jogadores já estão se preparando.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? What is up, ladies and gentlemen? What is up? Well, whatever. Welcome to Free Fire. Okay, we're doing it again. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Free Fire World Series Global's finals happening live right now at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Yes, like our host said, this is the heart of Brazil, where 17 of the world's best team gather around one roof to compete for one covenant title to call themselves world champion. Of course, we are your casters. My name is Husky, alongside the Mustachio AJ, back for year number 4, I believe.
Too many years, but you know what? The only ones counting are the teams who have not been able to grab the championship for them just yet, right? But of course, even if we talk about the teams that have not gotten it yet, we have to throw the spotlight onto a team that's the two-time world champs, two-time runner-up, who are aiming to make Thailand great yet again here on the global finals. It is none other than Buriram United Esports. Husky, they have spoken, they have walked the walk quite a number of times in the past already, but up against Fluxo, who seem hot, right? Because they qualified from the group stage, didn't need to do much during Point Rush in the grand finals, and yet they still dominated, and now they're on home soil. I think that home ground advantage is going to give them a little bit of an extra peak here.
Yeah, not just that, right? On top of being on home ground, last year in Thailand, Magic Squad kind of robbed the trophy away from Thailand itself, right? To defend it in your hometown, I think this is going to be a kind of a big morale boost for all the Brazilian teams. Yeah. Obviously, during the off-season, there have been some shuffles, not just for Magic Squad, but also for Fluxo. But I think generally, the majority of the pillars are still there. Last we saw them was EWC, so hopefully within that 4 to 5 months, they have improved and are ready to take on a new BRU.
Yeah, I mean, fingers crossed Fluxo has managed to find that improvement for themselves, right? At the Esports World Cup, they scraped through the group stage. They didn't really make a lot of noise at the grand finals, unfortunately. So gearing up to the global finals as a whole, Fluxo does not look like the strongest team up there. But, you never know. That could have been a setup. So that they can grab the championship on their home soil at the, of course, very same time. It could just be Thailand waiting to upset the Brazilian squads on their home soil, just like how they got turned on when we went into global finals last year. But of course, before we move on into spicier story points, let's take a look at the tournament format. We start things out at the knockout phase, and the top 12 teams will make it through to Point Rush as well as the grand finals. Last year, when they introduced Point Rush, I was quite the upset being. I was not a big fan of Point Rush at all. But this year, after the revamp of points, I am a huge fan. We'll get to that in a little bit. The point system for the regular matches are the same as usual. 12 points if you hit Booyah, 9 points for that second spot, 8 for third. You minus 1 point for each and every single consecutive spot, except for 11th and 12th. That gets you nothing. But you can buffer your points through those eliminations. Every single elimination gets you 1 point.
Absolutely. It's a rule that has not changed for the longest of times. And I agree with you, right? I remember last year when Point Rush was a thing, we were all like, man, this is going to really mess up some of the teams that relies on that momentum. But I do like how things are right now. But of course, if we do have a tiebreaker, we will look at 3 conditions. First of all, number of booyahs. If that's the same, we look at total amount of eliminations. And if that is the same as well, we will look at survival ranks of the final round. And hopefully, we don't come to that.
Yeah, we have never come to a tiebreaker situation for the grand finals, for that number 1 spot, to see exactly who the champion is. But for the first time, we actually did come down to the Point Rush points to see exactly who the champion was going to be. That happened recently at the C finals. This time around, it's going to be as heated as well. We've got $1 million on the line. And of course, the creme de la creme, the top spot, gets 300,000.
get 300,000, and imagine you come in second, right? You basically get only half the amount. Of course, we also have $1,000 for team of the day. MVP gets 10,000, and the overall predator gets $5,000. So some extra awards for some of the top performers, but let's look at the team lineups for Group A. We got Buriram United Esports, Hua Esports, Reta, Twisted Minds, and RRQ Kazoo.
Yeah, of course, you guys might be wondering how come there's no sixth team here. Resurrection X Esports unfortunately will not be participating due to visa issues. Therefore, the team is awarded the 18th spot overall, and we will continue the competition with a total of 17 teams. And one might think that might make things a little bit easier, but that only reduces the number of points that you can farm out there if you're the rest of them playing. Group B, on the other hand, is stacked with 6 teams. We've got CLG, we've got EVOS Divine, SCCP, Corinthians, you've got Fluxo, Bigatron Delta, as well as Wask.
And for those who have been here when Free Fire World Series was first birthed, you would remember the Corinthians were the first ever world champions like 4 or 5 years ago. They did have a gap in between, but it's good to see the organization back on that world stage, and such an apt timing as well. Can't wait to see what the Corinthians have to bring to the table, but this is just half of it, right? We still got Group C, we got 6K, Tag All Around, WAG, Falcons, Pain, and also E1 Sports.
Absolutely. And of course, Group C will not be in play today. They will be resting. They will be watching the action out there on the battlefield. Some may say they do have a slight bit of an advantage against the rest of the teams because they get to scout out all of the drop spots and avoid that hot action very early on. Alternatively, they could also scout out to see which ones are the bottom feeders to go and pick up easy points off of them, because at the end of the day, it's going to be a rough fight to find the top 12 teams to head on into Point Rush. Once again, Group A is down by 1 squad, so we will start the fight today with only 11 teams between Groups A and B.
Absolutely. So instead of 12 teams, we got 11, but we have some very big heavy hitters, right? We have, again, 2-time world champion BRU. We also had Twisted Minds, who were the very first team to qualify for EWC under the banner Reverse Red. You know, we got Bigatron Delta, Dark Horses from Southeast Asia, plenty of different storylines, but also, you know, we got Fluxo, who also has been on that world stage plenty of times. Game schedule: Bermuda to kick it off, followed by Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nexterra, and then we close it off with a spin of the road of the wheel.
Absolutely. And of course, it is always the random map that does manage to give one of those teams out there a tad bit of an advantage, depending on whether or not they are the masters of that map. We have seen that time and time again in the local leagues.
Everyone's online all the time. Shopping, social media, gaming. But have you thought about the threats lurking behind it? Viruses, hackers, scams. Without protection, your smartphone could be at risk. That's where Kaspersky Antivirus comes in. It blocks threats, keeps your online shopping secure, and still preserves your phone's performance. Want to browse worry-free? It's simple. Just go with Kaspersky. Safe, easy, and essential.
Plus, Kaspersky has a limited-time exclusive skin in Free Fire Max. Buy Kaspersky, grab an awesome skin, and secure that booyah in style.
Yeah, I was scrolling through the rehearsal as well. I didn't see it, but I was the... It's still less annoying than hearing your voice twice. Very distracting.
Assume we're in.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it looks like the players are ready to go. Bigatron Delta on standby to potentially hunt down a couple of the rest of the teams here, because Falcons are not going to be playing up until tomorrow. They made a name for themselves, Husky, during the group stage, constantly beating down on Falcons, the ones who have been so good out there on the battlefield, and obviously with the back-to-back champions, the Esports World Cup champions. But Bigatron couldn't really keep it up at the grand finals.
Yeah, I think that's the problem that we have kind of echoed throughout the entire Southeast Asia, the 4th season, which is you have so many of these dark horses, right? Like BTR, I think, was one of the biggest biggest hot stuff of the season, and it was also sort of the bigger letdowns when we got until the end. Not to mention, right, we have teams that didn't even make it, like PE Sports. So overall, I hope, at least for BTR's sake, they step up their game, because they're sharing the stage not just with SCA teams, they're sharing it with the Brazilian teams and the LATAM teams. Yeah. If you kind of let your guard down, I think they would find it a rude awakening to even get their engine started today. Yeah. Though I noticed something, right? Daylong is playing for PRU. He's sitting there. He's sitting in the chair.
Okay, no, that man better get out of that chair, because Buriram, obviously these boys will still be able to get it done. Who's he replacing? Is it Moshi or Get High?
Wait, I think we see Wasana, Jonah.
Yeah.
I feel like Moshi should be in, right?
No.
Yeah. That's not Moshi?
Yeah, it's Get High.
Oh,
all right,
wait.
So Mr. Moshi might be having a little bit of tummy ache, but I'm a little happy to see Daylong take Moshi's place, because you're looking at the other three players who are superstars at getting those eliminations. The problem here is, though, they are not going to have that long-range cover. They're not going to have that sniper watching their backs from afar. That might be a little bit of a problem here for Buriram.
Muito preparada, eu tô mais do que ansiosa para decolar para o nosso primeiríssimo mapa, que é Bermuda, e Ansu.
Yes, so now first map will be Bermuda, and we are so ready to hype up the stage. So let's get our first game started and head back to the caster.
E bora decolar, porque os jogadores já estão posicionados. Então, aguenta, coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are geared up for Bermuda, baby. The first map of the Free Fire World Series Global Finals down here in Rio de Janeiro. Let's see which team rises up to the top, which team screams booyah as we kick the day off. But obviously, the main goal is going to be to grab as many points as you can, Husky.
Yeah, I want to see Daylong, honestly, right? Like, he was there when they won against Phoenix Sports, as Phoenix Sports, and took on the analyst role, and now had to step back in. Hey, it's a blast in the past, right? A lot of bittersweet moments, bit of a throwback down memory lane, but started off with Hua Esports against Reda. That's already 2 eliminations for Hua, and this is the start that you want.
Yeah, Reda Esports, not the biggest threat out there. 4 teams at the Esports World Cup, the 3rd seed of Latin America. And Hua Esports is off to a fantastic start. This is the team that missed out on the global finals last year. Used to be known as one of the, if not the best Vietnamese squad that kind of fell off the radar.
And even when they kind of came back into the spotlight in fall season, it's not really the smoothest of run for Hua Esports. They have a lot of explosive rounds in week number 1, but afterwards they just taper off. Sort of like the reverse BTR, but so far with how they are getting off to in this start, we'll see if they can fend off against Evo's Divine, who just arrived.
Divine here to crash the party very early on. Hua Esports, so they do have a little bit of extra loot after the first 3 eliminations picked up.
Wow!
And Reda Esports with absolutely nobody alive anymore. An early kick out for the
That is just going to be quite a blow to the gut to get wiped out in under 2 minutes, right? They got a lot to think about. I know they've been in this position many, many times, even during EWC, but still, right? To face off against Hua Esports and get a hot drop in that manner doesn't feel good at all. But a part of me am looking at Evo's Divine to see if they can right the wrongs of EWC. Can they kind of missed it out in 2nd place and then win it all in Brazil? That would be quite a fairy tale, but it starts with this encounter.
Evo's Divine, not really the biggest threat out there, but up against Hua Esports, they should most definitely be able to bring the worst out there, and the Vietnamese team needs to be very careful here. They've got the weapons, they've got enough money to back themselves up, along with a vending machine as well. Hua Esports with the better position here. Bara just looking for an opponent, but Shin with the AC-80 should be able to shut him down from afar. Ray, on the other hand, just making sure he doesn't allow Bara to run on out alone. Poppy with the Bison in hand. At 1v2, Ice Grenade tags up Poppy. Information comes from through. Poppy on the ground, but death from afar takes Ray out so swiftly.
Going to be an even trade so far. Evil's Divine having one under the belt. Now look for another one. Yanbin does sweep around from behind. It's a split up engagement from both teams, but Hua Esports certainly have a lot more angles being covered. But Yanbin needs to fend for himself right now. Being able to rendezvous with Dev does give them a better chance of winning, but Evil's Divine, they're looking to come in from a pincer from the left side.
Divine now finding yet another aim god with the Drogon. Gridlight Rhythm breaks down the defenses and Death takes advantage of the down blue wall. Yanbin pops one with the Drogon as well. 2 players on the ground. Yanbin picks right back up with the Drogon. Tries to take Bara out of the equation. Finds Abax as well with the mini Uzi. This man is doing everything for the squad.
Oh, absolutely. And just like that, Hua Esports have amassed 6 big points at the start of the round at the cost of just 1 revive, and they might just find number 7 and a wipeout, right? Point number 7 secured by Death as Ape bleeds out and Ray realizes that he's just in the wrong hood. Cape Town does not belong to either Dare or Reda. Hua Esports wipes out 2 teams in 4 minutes to get 8 points.
A shocking start if you're a Hua Esports fan. I'm pretty sure they all wanted it but never expected it. Evil's Divine biting the dust early, even though they arrived a little bit later with that ambush. Hua Esports, what a turnaround. 8 points at the start. Now this is where they have to slow that pace down a tad bit. We've seen those hot starts from them, trying to get in towards that final circle. They get into too many skirmishes, and that has put a little bit of a too early end to them. Let's see this replay once again as to how they wiped the floor with Reda earlier.
I think at the beginning it's just Reda not being prepared to take on Hua Esports. Hua Esports essentially won most of the 1v1, so it came down to just the mechanics of Hua Esports player being a lot more sharper. But on the other hand, we got the Corinthians up against Twisted Minds. This is something I look forward to, but of course, Saming starts it off on a positive note. Huck gets dropped. Here comes Red Tyridum, and now exposing Huck in the open. The rest of Twisted Diamonds goes for the rush. It's a double up with the Cassie Electrotherapy, connecting 2 other members together as they try to hunt down Nike Boy, and they find him also.
Yeah, Nike Boy down on the ground. Nando X out of the equation as well. Omala, the star player of the squad, forced to run away. His back turned up against Diamond. Omala uses a little bit of the terrain for the defense, has got the Parafile in hand, but unfortunately nowhere else to run. A 2v1 Bison Nameless circles around. Diamond gets the finisher. Yet another team kicked out. Corinthians takes the 9th spot.
Man, if you tell me that round number 1 of the global finals is going to start off like this, with 3 teams getting wiped out in under 6 minutes before that mid-game rolls around, I would be in awe, but this is how it looks like right now, right? Hua Esports and Twisted Minds both off to a fantastic start, taking out some of the familiar names, but also putting a mark on the board this early on.
I mean, Southeast Asia just making so much of noise early on. If only Evil's Divine didn't really ruin some of that stats. But then again, it was Hua Esports, a Southeast Asian team, taking them out of the equation. We haven't really seen Brazil make a lot of noise, but that is something we're very used to. Fluxo loves to play it very slow at the start, waiting for that final circle attack. We've seen them bring on that ambush late game many a times and be very successful with it.
Absolutely. Even for Fluxo, this is a team that has came close plenty of times. I think, for them, when you look at the landscape of Brazil, this is probably the most consistent team in the past 2 years. But to see them get up to a slower start, something definitely has changed since the last time we saw them on that world stage, where they tried to play fast, when the Portugal was a thing, and they just got completely outpaced at every corner.
I mean, it was just a beautiful showing out of Magic Squad in 2023, but yeah, the meta has definitely changed and Fluxo hasn't been able to keep up. They brought 3 players in from Magic Squad onto their team, but it just hasn't been the exact same pace that they would obviously love to take on out there. And ever since the meta did kind of change over, we happen to see them not really pulling away too many of these eliminations. Some might say perhaps it is the loss of Yago from the squad, but I think MT7 is holding his own out there.
He definitely doubted a lot, I think, when he first joined the squad, right? People looked at Yago. He was sort of the one who brought that trophy back.
Oh my.
So it's understandable, but for that long, it's going to be shot down by Saming. Twisted Minds showing their presence, and they're not about to stop anytime soon. That long, not able to get rescued. So it's a... Actually, he did somehow get brought back up. A full fight breaks out right now.
I mean, he had the Rebel Rush on him. The Tatsuya burst away on the defense. And now Twisted Mind on the back foot. Here comes the double, the triple Drogon. Those grenades tagging them up. And Jonah getting the M82B hit from afar. Taking out X-Posse. And all of a sudden, it is Twisted Minds on the back foot trying to get away from Buriram.
Being quite around the shack by Buriram. I honestly thought that at least Twisted Minds would get away with something, but it seems like the recommitment is still going to be there. They want to finish what they started. Twisted tied up with Diamond with a leash, and unfortunately, they just will go down. Till death do them part. BRU finds 3 at the cost of none.
How dare you touch Decklong, Buriram says. My goodness. They took revenge indeed for their analysts. And Decklong even got 1 elimination through that skirmish. This man knows how to guide and knows how to slay out there on the battlefield as well. But of course, Saming does manage to survive outside, tanking the blue on that mission for the revival. So Twisted Minds will be in play a little bit longer. The bigger question is, of course, how much longer can they survive in here? If we look at the next circle, Bigatron Delta's already pretty comfortable in there alongside RRQ Kazu.
You can always count on the Indonesian teams to find the best location in a safe zone and have them hunkered down in the middle, right? Like BTR and RQ have similarities when it comes to that, finding the best zones to just camp until the final circle. But what sets them apart is that RQ is a lot more resourceful when the going gets tough.
Saming with a triple revival, full squad back in action. Twisted Minds now need to go on a recovery spree here. Dropping down at Kota Tua with 2 of their players. X-Posse, on the other hand, putting himself in a lot of trouble right between Bigatron Delta as well as CLG. It is going to be a tad bit difficult for him to survive unless, of course, he just keeps his head down and waits for that backup. But X-Posse actually gets the next circle. So it is going to be possible for him to not make a lot of noise. He's going to wait for that backup. RRQ, on the other hand, kind of scouting out the position of Bigatron Delta.
One of the problems that X-Posse might run into is how the heck does he get the rest of his team to where he is? Because you kind of cut through open ground, which I think BRU is on that northwestern side, so it might be a headache for Twisted Minds. We'll see if that kind of falls through. He can rely on BTR and RQ Kazu to start some fights, and maybe that will be a distraction, but once teams start to look for buildings in the circle, X-Posse is going to be in some trouble.
RRQ Kazu 7th at the Free Fire World Series Global 2022, 4th at FFWS 23. Well, if my calculations are going right, this time they have to be at least 2nd or 1st, right?
I mean, I hope so. It's one of the few teams that every single season, there is going to be a period where we say, man, RQ Kazu is going to take it. And it never happens, right? It always falls short at the very end. So maybe this is another round of that. Fluxo and Mars Electric, they have been here for the past 10 minutes. They have not moved a single inch.
Yeah, it's, if possible, Fluxo doesn't want to move at all, but the circle is going to force them to do so. WSK, Mr. Wask on the standby on the left-hand side, but they'll have to rush in for the circle as well. But taking some pot shots at Fluxo in the meantime, for sure. Wask will be the threat, but RRQ might just be that distraction. Wask managing to find the launch pad, reposition straight up into Pochinok. Very smart play coming through from them, and money well spent.
Wow, puts them right in the center of everything. At least for Fluxo, they will be uncontested. You have a bridge on that eastern side. I think CLG probably will be crossing there, so Fluxo, they are not too worried about that area. What they should be focusing on is how is the state of Pochinok, right? When this circle closes in, do they have to move towards that urban area? Because if they have to, they gotta be ready for a fight.
I mean, dude, we're just in circle number 4, and
oh my
we've
goodness,
got a tiny space to play with. This is just going to be pandemonium shortly, and I don't even know how these teams are going to get in there. CLG very comfortable in this next circle as they have been gifted it. Wask taking the spot shot up against RRQ, and Yonimo will find Abe with the Groza headshot as he flies through the air. Abe's not going to get picked up. Duds will have to back away as well. Leonima putting himself in a lot of trouble here out in open ground. but they're just going to walk away with that one elimination. Joker 21 finds Diamond as well. CLG doing a lot from afar.
Man, WASK actually slowed down the pacing of RQ. They still were able to get Abe back up, but unfortunately for WASK, they have ran into the worst possible team. Get High showing up and just guns down Mr. Ali. Domin also goes down. Leonimo flies straight into BTR. He's gonna get shredded by lead as Hua Esports now have 10 eliminations and the full squad still decked out.
Yeah, WASK unfortunate. They couldn't really get away from Buriram, and as one player did try to, he just got shot out of the air. Bigatron Delta, a single elimination in here. No Falcon to hunt down. Can they shoot down Buriram instead? Twisted Mind, Saming approaching from the back as well. This is going to be trouble for Bigatron Delta if the players on the side of Twisted Minds decide to come in here for the ambush.
Twisted Minds are so spread out. Could be a blessing in disguise. They still got a revive, but it's only a means to delay the inevitable. Shin still showing up on the kill feed as he's taking down more members, this time from CLG. Twisted Minds running into a problem of their own, but for BRU somehow are holding on. Nems rushes in, takes down Get High. Declan also goes down thanks to Deeks as BRU finally have met the match. BTR showing up and they're not ready to back down.
Yeah, Get High back up on his feet. Now the three Terminators of Buriram United Esports trying their very best to survive up against the players of Bigatron Delta, and they're doing a fantastic job at that. Explosive with the two revivals. Can he continue bringing his team members right back in here? Shin popping off with the grenade launcher as well. Why Esports really collecting those numbers?
Even for BTR, they are collecting numbers of BRU, but it's just Deeks all alone. 1v2 couldn't get it done, and somehow BRU, through all that chaos, only lost that long. If they can bring Jonah back up, which they eventually do, BRU now have a good chance of continuing to run. If Exposy now gets found out, tries to be the difference maker, becomes the difference instead. BRU with 9 points.
I mean, Buriram was technically playing with three players all along.
Hey, don't you badmouth the first ever champion, alright?
Just making sure the team doesn't get disqualified. Great play from the analyst, but the man's gonna sit this one out. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of Buriram United. Diamond trying his best to survive up on top of this tower. Question is, will the circle allow him to?
If he can get one more placement point, if he finishes third somehow, that would be the best case scenario. But now Fluxo against BRU, this is what a lot of people have been waiting for. Fluxo on the low ground, puts in good Trogon, that's gonna knock Jonah down. So 4v2, Riptide Rhythm, destroying all the blue walls. This should be easy picking for Fluxo as Jonah gets eliminated. It's now Get High left in the fray, gets knocked down. Get High somehow still alive, but not for long. Masana getting sniped by MT7 as Fluxo puts an end to BRU.
And Hua Esports attacking from the back as well, making the job of BRU so much more difficult. The final two teams, and it is Hua Esports with the more number of points. Bombs down on the ground, cannot be picked up just yet. Will be eliminated instantaneously. Death now on the approach. Shiu too far outside, getting tagged up by the blue as well.
To be very tough for Fluxo, but Hua Esports, they're running straight in. MT7 getting blasted by Shin and just so much Rebel Rush. Good double up and a trade. Shin ends it. Booyah for Hua Esports.
They miss out on the global finals of 2023 and are back with a bang. What a play by Hua Esports. Used to be known as Team Flash. They were not so flashy then, but with the brand new combination sponsored by Hua, they're most definitely getting the job done out there. Solid start, solid finisher. They were great all throughout Bermuda.
Devastation that this Vietnamese team has brought to the global stage. Incredible. 31 points as we got a sneak peek of what they have just delivered on behalf of the entire region. Again, this year, this global finals it has the most attendance of Vietnamese teams, but the fact that Hua Esports became the flag bearer after a name change, that is something that we have to remember for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, they have 2 appearances at the Free Fire World Series global stage. They've got the experience and they've got the toughest lesson learned out there. They've seen glory and they've been down in the dumps. They are right back in it to win it. But the question is obviously going to be, can they maintain that consistency? We saw them at the Southeast Asian Plays, And they were
Primeiro
not
buia
the
nas
craziest
mãos
team
do
out
time
there.
da Rua, o time do Vietnã. E a gente tem aqui a nossa apresentadora muito feliz, porque a Yosu, ela é do Vietnã. E os meninos realmente estão felizes. Inclusive, eles são um time que muitas pessoas duvidaram, tá? Eles se classificaram na 9ª colocação, lá na última colocação nas finais da Ásia. Então a gente vai conversar um pouquinho com ele exatamente sobre isso, sobre toda essa confiança que eles trouxeram de lá. First of all, thank you so much for your time. You're gonna be the translator right now. Would you like to start the questions?
No, you go first.
I go first? Oh, okay, nice. Okay, so there's a lot of talk about the Thai teams, but Vietnam has grown significantly, right? So what can we expect from Hua team in this Free Fire World Series?
Thì với câu hỏi đầu tiên là tất cả mọi người đều biết rằng các đội ở khu vực Thái Lan đều là những đội rất là mạnh, nhưng mà dạo gần đây thì đội tuyển Việt Nam cũng đã có những cái sự phát triển nhất định và rất là vượt bậc. Thì không biết là mọi người ở đây có thể mong đợi gì ở Hui Esports ở trong cái Grand Final World FIFA World Series này ạ? Bên như chị Carol, tất cả mọi người đó.
Thì các bạn hãy tin tưởng ở team mình, vì team mình đã có sự chuẩn bị rất tốt ở cái vòng bảng lần này.
Please trust us, continue to support us, and we will try our best to keep this heat and follow this.
Só para vocês entenderem a nossa dinâmica por aqui, tá bom? Os jogadores, eles vão ter sempre um tradutor, tá? E eu vou estar trazendo as entrevistas aqui para vocês no inglês e no português, pra gente ficar todo mundo junto, lembrando que essa daqui é a nossa transmissão oficial para o mundo inteiro. Então, eu acabei de perguntar para ele que muito se é falado, sim, sobre o estilo de jogo tailandês, e muitas pessoas duvidaram do estilo de jogo do Vietnã, que tem crescido cada vez mais. E a resposta dele foi simples e direta. Ele falou que, de fato, é para as pessoas acreditarem mais no time do Vietnã e confiar que eles vão conseguir trazer o jogo, e de fato eles conseguiram com esse primeiro buia.
Thank you, Carol. Moving on to my second questions. So I heard that Hui Esports doesn't have a very good start from the knockout stage in the Free Fire World Series C, but now they proved themselves at the C finals and here in the grand finals as well. So during your time in Brazil, does Hui Esports have any difficulties to due to the jet lag and then until now for practicing some stuff like that? Yeah. Thì mình biết là Hui Esports cũng đã có một cái khởi đầu nó khá là khó khăn ở trong vòng bảng ở C. Nhưng mà các bạn đã chứng minh được bản thân của mình ở trong trận chung kết ở Indonesia, và cho đến tận bây giờ các bạn đã có được tấm vé để đến đây ở Brazil. Thì mình không biết là Hui Esports thời gian vừa rồi các bạn có gặp những cái khó khăn gì như là việc bay quá xa, hoặc là về sức khỏe hay làm đó mà nó ảnh hưởng đến cái quá trình luyện tập của mình không ạ?
Theo mình là không, bởi vì tụi mình đã quá quen với việc đi máy bay.
Thiệt á?
Nên là không có bị say hay là gì hết.
Dữ vậy? Rồi vừa mở đầu tiếng Việt mà còn trả lời khác gì nữa. You know, like I feel so funny. Basically, we're used to flying like this. So, no jet lag, no nothing, just here and fight.
Perfeito. Ela perguntou justamente sobre essa diferença, né, de horários. A gente sabe que lá do continente asiático a gente tem um total de quase 12 horas de diferença, e eles tiveram alguns problemas durante a final na Ásia, e aí ela queria saber se algum desses problemas iria se repetir aqui por conta também do jet lag. E ele falou que não, eles estão acostumados a voar e para outros países, estão acostumados com o jet lag, então não é nenhum problema para eles. Muito obrigada pela entrevista. Agora a gente vai para os nossos melhores momentos e vamos seguir com o nosso jogo por aqui.
And thank you so much for watching our interview, and thank you, Carol, my bestie here. And again, congratulations to Hui Esports, and I hope to see more fire, more heat in the next game. And now let's head back to our caster and watch our analyze.
It was awesome.
Oh man, Carol, Yuzo, thank you very much. Missed you guys already. But yes, game 1 was essentially Hua Esports from start until end.
Oh yeah. And mind you guys, this team scraped through to qualify for global finals, all right? We had 9 spots available. They were on the 9th spot, just a few points away from AG Global, who everybody thought was going to qualify. AG Global, one of the powerhouses of Thailand, could not get the spot because of them, and they obviously are showing that they deserve to be here. What an explosive start. I mean, so cleanly played from the start to the end. They were not hiding away. They were not avoiding those engagements. They were getting into the thick of the action and walking away the winners time and time again in Bermuda.
Yeah, and this is not a one-off thing, right? Even in SD fall season, they did pretty well on a basic map like Bermuda. Although I would say that a big chunk of that start that they got was due to them being able to take out Reda Esports at the start, and then EVOS Divine kind of messed it up a little bit in that 4v4. They took that lead and then they just ran with it, right? They read the circle right, they didn't get into any third-party fight, bided their time, and waited until the moment was right.
Yeah, I mean, I also love the way Fluxo played it, and we anticipated that play from them. Just bide their time, be quiet, be patient, pick up as much loot as you want up for the final sequence of battle, and they were doing quite well, of course, until Hua Esports showed up. But at the very least, they did manage to get the second spot. Can't say the same for Buriram United Esports, though. Very aggressive, and they had to falter. And of course, we have to accuse Hua Esports once again for interfering in yet another fight where they were not invited to and taking good advantage. But I'm assuming Fluxo would lose that second spot overall because of the number of eliminations Buriram picked up.
Yeah, I think so too. Fluxo, they only got active towards the very ends, so it's not a surprise if they don't start off round 1 in, you know, top 2. But I mean, it's not something that I expected from Fluxo personally. I thought that they would be a lot more active and Hua Esports be the defensive one, but apparently it's flipped around, right? 6 eliminations for Def, MVP of this round, 3.6k damage, 5 assists, and was rocking that Skylar.
I mean, my goodness, this guy was so deadly, and we saw a couple of times that M82B finding the connections from afar, especially with that Riptide Rhythm just breaking down the defenses. Barely needed the extra advantage out of the M82, right? Shin, of course, the bomber for the squad, was doing quite well with the Trogon in hand, getting the squad all of those knocks, and the follow-up from Poppy and Yanbin, just too beautiful to watch.
Yeah, just... honestly, this entire round was, we look at the total elims for most of the members, right? Of course, Poppy only got 1, but everyone else really stepped up. And it also kind of brought out the individuality of them. They were involved in plenty of one-on-ones, and they actually won all of them, which was something that we did highlighted, I think, in the past 2 years, that the mechanics of some of the Vietnamese players are still lacking, but clearly there has been some evolutions.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Bigatron Delta doing exactly what they need to do right now, which is pray to God that they get a little bit of an extra luck in this next game, because they have no Falcons to hunt down. And if it's not the Falcons, they basically are pretty lost out there on the battlefield. We saw that during the grand finals, but there was an anomaly. The anomaly was Point Rush. This team was the second best team at Point Rush 2 days in a row, and that was mind-blowing to watch. Nobody expected that to happen.
Yeah, and then the only team ahead of them were BRU and BTR, right? But of course, at the very end, it was a completely different result. You got Hua Esports barely scraping by, like you mentioned, in 9th spot, and BRU winning the whole thing, and BTR sort of falling short at the end. So many different storylines, and even the recently concluded SBS Challenge finals, right? We also saw some of these teams really come out on top. BRU yet again bagging another trophy. It's I think it did prep these players enough going into global finals, since the timeline in between isn't exactly the widest. So pretty fresh off the boat, I say.
I mean, top 5 elimination leaders, and you have got Hua Esports in the first 3 spots. You know Vietnam is off to a fantastic start. But of course, Wasana sneaking in there as well. I'm a little upset to not see Deck Long, but the man has not been playing as aggressively in the recent past. He has been helping the team analyze from the back lines, and obviously throwing him onto the hot seat, expecting him to perform on the world stage all of a sudden is a little bit too much to ask for. But I'm looking forward to these next few games.
Oh, 100%. This is the start that Hua Esports gave us when the fall season started. Now we are both looking for that consistency. Can they keep this up? They try to get booyahs every single round, but at least give us good average rounds that can put them at the top. We'll be back in just a little bit after the short ad.
Everyone's online all the time. Shopping, social media, gaming. But have you thought about the threats lurking behind it? Viruses, hackers, scams. Without protection, your smartphone could be at risk. That's where Kaspersky Antivirus comes in. It blocks threats, keeps your online shopping secure, and still preserves your phone's performance. Want to browse worry-free? It's simple. Just go with Kaspersky. Safe, easy, and essential.
Plus, Kaspersky has a limited time exclusive skin in Free Fire Max. Buy Kaspersky, grab an awesome skin, and secure that booyah in style.
And well, back for more action. Round number 2 is about to come up in just a little bit, AJ. We are heading to Purgatory and see if Hua Esports can keep this up.
I'm pretty sure Hua Esports will be trying their very best to, but obviously there are some of the other teams who want to rain on their parade. I'm pretty sure I can name 2 off the get-go, Redder Esports as well as EVOS Divine. Now the question is, have they done their homework? Do they know exactly where Hua Esports is going to be heading on into? You know for a fact EVOS Divine will definitely have those stats on their side, but obviously, you know, it's going to be up to a little bit of luck as well. Perhaps Hua Esports has changed their drop spots as they prepared for the global finals.
Yeah, hopefully that's the case, because I know that most teams usually stick with their drop spot no matter what tournament it is. They just got so used to it, right? So it's more of whether other teams will challenge them or they just decide that, you know what, we found a better spot. And I think it's very obvious when you look at VRU. They've always taken peak. They've never left peak. They were so good at that spot that teams started changing the drop spot because of them.
Absolutely, and of course, a aggressive team like that, the last thing you want is to meet them very early on. But is that the thing that teams should be looking out for? Because, you know, early hot drops, they are a 50-50, and if you get to take the kings out very early on, perhaps you've got a few extra points to bite off of, and perhaps teams like Fluxo will be looking out for a gameplay like that. I don't know, because, you know, when you look at the group stages, especially with the current format as opposed to what we used to have in the past years, you can afford a couple of mistakes early in the day.
Yeah, I personally want to see what Fluxo has planned for the rest of today, if not for week 1 of the group stage. We don't knockout stage. We don't really have much days anyway. So if Fluxo wants to go for a more passive approach, I think they better polish it a little bit, right? Because for as long as Free Fire has been competitive, passive play gets you across the finishing line but never wins you a championship. So Fluxo, if anything, gotta think about stepping up sooner than later.
I mean, technically speaking, they are just looking to cross the finishing line into Point Rush, and then they can show us exactly what they're made of, right? I'm looking forward to a play like that, perhaps a little bit of a last-minute dash at Point Rush as well as the grand finals for Fluxo to redeem themselves after the Esports World Cup. Many had, you know, big bets on them. They were expecting Fluxo to make a lot of noise, but unfortunately, all they could do was pull up Hua Esports to just kind of scrape through the group stage, show up at Point Rush, and absolutely bomb out at the grand finals. Fingers crossed that's not going to be the case, because they've got that home ground advantage. And as we head on into Purgatory for Game 2, we are most definitely looking for them to step it up.
I think the biggest surprise for the Esports World Cup was Netshoe Miners, right? Like that, I think, was kind of the biggest dark horse that no one talked enough about. I think they finished like 3rd or 4th. They very well could have won the whole thing if not for Falcons and EVOS Divine just deciding to go berserk on that last day. But then you look at the state of the global finals, Netshoe Miners are nowhere to be found. So it's not to say the landscape of Brazil is ever changing. And if that's the case, these Brazilian teams and Latam teams, you have to carry that spirit forward, because Netshoe Miners have set a new bar leading to the global finals. Yeah,
absolutely right. And Netshoe Miners obviously showed the world exactly what Brazil can do out there. They can shock the hell out of you. Unfortunate the team did not make it through this time round at the global, at their qualifiers. They took that 5th spot, and only the top 4 teams can make it through.
Sim, Peu, já tô mais do que preparada para decolarmos direto para Purgatory, Yansu.
Yeah, and I'm so happy that Huislot got the booyah for the first game. It makes me feel so hype. And we are going to our next game, and I'm really excited just like the first time. So, let's go!
Let's go! Porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
like me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are geared up. It's Purgatory time, baby. Time to put these teams to the test.
Yep, this is where life and death intersects in between. There's no way in or out, only survival of the fittest. And if you are Evo's Divine, if you are teams that like big maps, you'll love this. But I don't think anyone would like this flight path, especially Twisted Minds, who love Mode House and now will have to travel further to get that.
This is just chaos early game here at Purgatory. RRQ Castle, of course, early out of the flight. They have got Corinthians right beside them. And Corinthians didn't really do all that too well in the first game, walking away with only 2 points. And those 2 points came from placements. They have not shown their fangs just yet. And RRQ Kazu, they are very well known for their early game aggression. So if you're Corinthians, obviously they don't know who's beside them, but you want to run based on your performance thus far.
And Corinthians definitely had a pretty interesting start, right? Getting ran down by Twisted Minds on Bermuda. And speaking of Twisted Minds, they've already scored first blood. So that's an extra head start point for them. But overall, I mean, you know, for those who have seen Corinthians many, many years ago, this is definitely a newer brand, a newer lineup. So you gotta manage the expectations. WASK against BTR though, gonna get interesting. That first shot does go wide.
Mr. Ali needs one more, but Leonimo with the backup, and Koja shuts down Leonimo from afar. What a play with the Woodpecker. Koja traded right back out. Big Boss had the AWG and WSK. Here is that recovery. Question is, can they get to Leonimo out in the open? The answer is no. Koja's going to potentially bleed out here as well. Kyung will not be able to get into this engagement just yet. Now expecting him to bleed out, the save comes on through. Koja right back up on his feet. Bigatron Delta making sure they don't make that mistake as Big Boss gets tagged up as well.
Wow, the biggest difference was actually just one shot to the head. That could have changed the landscape of this 4v4, but thankfully, Leonimo did get brought back. Plenty of drops, bodies dropping on the kill feed as CLG themselves getting 2 eliminations, but we will keep our attention on WASK and BTR, because so far, WASK are also getting points for themselves. They lose Big Boss on the ground, but they were able to take down one of BTR's members.
CLG backing away slowly. Evos Divine's Ray out in the open. Very brave move coming on through here. Only as the SMG Bara with the P90 as well. Great for that CQC. The RK will bring Joker right back into play. CLG has got a insurance and aim god. Just could not pull off that stab. And a 2 for the play for FAQ.
Well, thank goodness the rest of CLG were out of there. They were pretty much crippled because that would have been disastrous for Evos Divine to lose an essential 2v1. If they didn't have a third member, that could have been 2 points for CLG just like that. Thankfully, CLG were forced to run early on. They ended up losing a third member to Twisted Minds.
I mean, great recovery here for Evos Divine. CLG, on the other hand, great with the knocks, no follow-up. The team was scattered out there on the battlefield, and they just could not manage to take the players out from the side of Evos Divine. And the recovery from the Indonesian squad, just too beautiful. WASK losing Leonimo as that engagement continues between the two teams.
This could be a stalemate if you are Evos Divine. Really saying your prayers and playing for the later stages of the game. Can't say the same for BTR, who are still getting chased down by WASK as they lose another member. So this is not the start that you want. Red Eye Esports, on the other hand, suffering chip damage to all their members, but somehow keeping the entire squad alive.
Yep, good play by Red Eye. Just kind of stepping into this position here where they will be able to take advantage up against WSK as well as Bigatron. But instead of taking advantage, they give them space, allowing both Bigatron as well as WASK to slowly back away and recover after that pulled out gunfight between each other. Chris tagged from afar, Domin looking for the engagement and the drop, but unfortunate for him, the XM8 just does not find the shutdown.
It gets to continue to kind of play this very slow turning style, but there are multiple teams around Reda. Surprised that so many teams are on the on this side of the map, but considering the flight path, right, you would think that most teams would try to spread out. That's not the case. So Red Eye are not out of the woods just yet. They gotta choose a spot to go to though. You can't just kind of roam around in the open.
Red Eye Esports in danger territory at this point of time. but it seems like Danger is gonna show them a little bit of mercy. Potentially with a open shot here. Mr. Ali down on the ground. Leonimo drives straight to his death. My goodness, RRQ just got 2 free ones.
The Leolimo definitely is a free one. Well, quite confused on what the decision making was, but now RRQ Kazu will just capitalize on the rest. And looking for number 3, that's Big Boss down. Well, RRQ Kazu getting 3 free points just like that.
Well, that did not go well at all for WASK. After a dragged out gunfight up against Bigatron, they just gave away 3 points to RRQ, and RRQ was more than happy to collect. Beautiful stuff. Now 11 teams out there on the battlefield. RRQ definitely looking to be the top one out of the 11. 6 minutes into this game, and we have got still quite a lot of this map to traverse through.
Yeah, it's a pretty weird interaction, honestly, but see RRQ Kazu, they're going to show up where Corinthians are at. Just go for a bit of a rendezvous. In fact, with that vehicle, gives them enough information that there is a full squad on that low ground. So RRQ Kazu actually having a very decent place to set up camp. In fact, wanting to play a pincer maneuver. It seems like they want to slowly inch closer towards the Corinthians.
Let's see what they can pull off of this one here. RRQ loses Duds from afar. Riptide Rhythm, this is going to be game-breaking. Nando X moves on in and has got the M1014. Beautiful backstep, Duds down on the ground, and then is the sharpshooter from the side of RRQ. Here comes Abe as well, and he circles around Corinthians out of nowhere. Omala, the death dealer, tries to hunt him down, but traps himself in here with those glue walls. A little bit of a misstep from the Corinthians.
Yeah, but they have managed to break the formation of RRQ Kazu, and this could benefit them if the fight gets dragged out, because RRQ Kazu are struggling to get back into their formation. The Corinthians taking over one side of the tent. Let's see if they can heal up. Nando X definitely needs some time, but the grenade clips him on the head, and that is RRQ Kazu's cue to go right in. Razor does get dropped though. Bruce comes in to back him up. RRQ Kazu losing 2 of their members as Hawk will be traded back in return. Corinthians not out just yet. Omala deals the death, and it will be Corinthians coming out on top with 4 points, a full wipeout at the cost of 1.
The players to watch out for on the Corinthian side. Nike Boy as well as Omala, and what a play they just performed out there up against RRQ Kazu. One misstep with those glue walls, trapping themselves in. The saving grace here was that Trogon did not pop out from the side of RRQ. If those accurate shots had landed, Corinthians would be crying at this point of time, but the recovery from that was great, and they played their timing so perfectly. Now though, Nike Boy is still a tad bit too far away from Omala and gang. This could be a little bit of trouble if Bigatron Delta decides to pay him a visit.
RRQ did feel a bit lost once Corinthians get to that level ground. We'll see WESK also not in the best spot. Domain trying to drive away from the circle, but he's driving straight into a war zone. You got Corinthians, you got BTR members lurking around. As they hear the roar of this engine, it's going to be lights out for WESK.
And it seems like Domin has been spotted out already. Kyong, MNE2B in hand, gets the shot on point. Domin barely left.
One more.
That held on him, and Kyong will miss the second. What a driving skill! Domin zigzagging his way away, and the man survives.
Oh, well, really coming in clutch when you need it the most. You don't really see driving like that often, but Kyong, he's not happy. We actually get a car chase in Free Fire. Sign me up.
Yeah, he wants backup. He's like, Dix, get in here. We're gonna go hunt this man down. Nah, he's going the opposite way. Unfortunate. I guess the circle is gonna be a tad bit annoying. Bigatron Delta wants to focus on their own position in this next circle, because of course when Circle 3 does manage to catch up with the zone, the damage will kind of be a little bit more unbearable. And this was that finisher earlier on, the battle between RRQ and WASK.
It really was a bit of an error from WASK that led them to the spot, right? They felt so unprepared to deal with RRQ Kazu. The fact that Leonimo just drove straight into a crosshair says a lot about what the mindset of WASK were. They just were not focused on what's in front of them at the time. Well, they still were alive thanks to Domin's driving skills. We'll check in on them in a little bit. As Evil's Divine now, we're going to take on Twisted Mind.
Oh, Wow, Fluxo off screen getting hunted down by Bigatron Delta. That's a little bit of a shocker. And now here comes EVOS Divine as well, squeezing in, getting the damage from the blue. Diamond finding one ray down on the ground. EVOS Divine can't really do much here, but the question is, how do they circle on away? Diamond gets stacked up from the back, but Vara does not have the right gun to punish him. And WASK off ground gets all of the revivals as EVOS Divine gets eliminated.
Second time in a row that EVOS Divine got knocked out in 10 spots. So remember, we only have 11 teams playing today. So essentially, they finished the bottom 2 for 2 rounds in a row. It's not good if you are EVOS Divine. And we got to start thinking about the next 4 rounds if you want to at least have some sort of recovery by the end of day 1.
Very slow game for Buriram this time round, but perhaps WASK wants to help them those points up. It's going to be a very tough rotation for the boys of WASK. Fluxo, on the other hand, with the revival onto Bobs. And that's a very risky revival being played all the way out here on Lumber Mill. And he's actually using the revival point. Man's out of coins, but he is not out of hope just yet. Fluxo might just be on their way back shortly, all thanks to MT7.
Oh, you say that. They might just lose Bobs. I think they will because you have Reda there. Corinthians are around as well. See, he managed to hide for a little bit. There is coins.
There you go.
If you can reach it, there is... Yeah, oh, thank goodness they found a mass revive. Boss just has to pray. He brings his whole team in, but this could just be 3 points for the Corinthians and Reda because Bobs is not out of the water just yet.
It's one of those rare moments where those revival points are being used out here. And of all stages to seed on the global finals, I'm a happy man. I've missed those revival points. Omala down on the ground. This is a problem here for the Corinthians. Their sharpshooter Omala out already. They need to go in here for the pickup. And the one to depend on is going to be Nike Boy. Hawk pick up and drop right back down. Nando X cannot hold the ground for the team just yet.
Let's see if CLG can hold against Twisted Minds, who are on a warpath. They got 7 points leading up to this. And CLG, they revived everyone once. Good shot from Joker21 to take out Diamond. Really stop the momentum of Twisted Minds, who wants to play fast and furious. But Diamond's going to be picked back up pretty soon. Blue zone, not in favor of CLG. They're trying to wrap around and isolate Exposy.
Oh, beautiful pop coming through here. And Shin hitting down onto Nems. CLG managing to back away straight into the circle with the launch pad. Beautiful reposition coming on through to get away from Twisted Minds.
Thinking 2 steps ahead of Twisted Minds, but now they have to play with 1 less member as Twisted Minds slowly prep themselves for that final rush. I think at the end of the day, the bigger winner is still Twisted Minds, considering that now they have a full view of what's in front of them.
Are you actually going to go to the very edge of the circle here, Mr. Diamond? Yes, he is, but this is danger zone. Diamond flies straight in, potentially to his death, but thankfully the backup is here. Diamond has got 1 player right here behind him. Sa Ming joins the fray as well. Twisted Minds putting themselves in the heat of battle. Unnecessary, but they want this compound to deal with.
I mean, this could turn out to be the biggest haul of Twisted Minds, or it would just be a massive disaster. And I think they recognize that there are way too many teams nearby. They dropped the Dinoculus. I think they scan out the members of CLG still. But I wonder if they know that there's Fluxo, there's Corinthians right around them, and Twisted Minds are getting shot from multiple angles.
CLG, this is their very first Tier 1 event, making them the underdogs for sure. The 3rd seed of Latin America. Can they walk away with the booyah? This is going to be huge if they pull it off.
Could be tough. Steed, boy, in a pretty safe spot. I think what stands between Corinthians and Reda is definitely this Twisted Mind team. As the circle closes in, and now we'll all have to go into the center. Gio getting sniped somehow. And now CLG also preparing to make a move. All this while, BRU, they are just waiting. But MT7 actually knocked down Deck Long.
Yeah, Bobs has got no medkits on him. Butchesden has got no medkits as well. Waiting for the treatment gun shots. And unfortunately, Fluxo, they've got no cards to play whatsoever. And here comes Twisted Minds. Big questions asked. Diamond gets the first shot. Diamond gets all the shots.
This is what happens when you play slow. You don't have resources to make it to the very end. Twisted Minds coming out on top with 11 elimination and still going. Everyone pretty much healthy. Another launch pad to bring them right into the center. Gonna be surrounded by the Corinthians and BRU, but the Corinthians are busy dealing with BRU. With Twisted Minds have a chance to intervene.
Twisted Minds, the champions of the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. And they made it to the EWC as the #1 seed, but we haven't really seen the wrath of the squad just yet ever since then. Perhaps now is where they wake up and step it up right again at the Southeast Asian Finals. We saw them walk in here as the 3rd seed of the competition. And they look like they won all of these points. Great position held here for the defense as well to gatekeep the players on the side of CLG and Corinthians. But if they step out, Buriram will take advantage. And Buriram is clear of all of those early fights.
Last time they were awakened was indeed in Brazil, and maybe this is gonna a special place for them, right? And chaos breaks out in C. Unfortunately, CLG took the brunt of it. They got completely wiped out by 3 different teams. Didn't even see it coming. Now BRU have a free spot to work with, as the Corinthians will have to deal with Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds took such a big risk maneuvering into this compound, and now you know exactly why they took that risk. Beautiful play, and now one of the 3 teams left in this final circle. Hawk will be under a lot of pressure. Here comes the Corinthians, but here comes Twisted Minds right from the back as well, trying to shut them down as they try to rotate away, and it's going to be the Riptide Rhythm that exposes all of these players. Omala has got no angle to play around with.
What is Twisted Minds going to do? Because BRU are coming in from behind, and they know that the only way is forward. Twisted Minds, with their raw power, just tries to bulldoze through Corinthians, and they do it well. But now there's no time to take a break, because Wasana has just found that monster truck, ready to mow down the members of Twisted Minds as the rest of BRU charges forward. And all these blue walls are getting ran down. Flameless gets dropped.
Nameless dropped already. Wasana did manage to take down the glue wall off of Nameless before Get High took advantage, and Buriram United slayed for the Booyah at Purgatory.
All this coming from a mile away. Must it feel good if you're Decklong. A Booyah after so many years. Especially when he was one of the first few to bring that trophy back to Thailand, and now here he is again subbing in for Mochi. Either way, you know, a supporter in and out of the game, BRU, the hot start.
I mean, Decklong is the biggest superstar out there. He brought the trophy to the Thailand region. He made sure the trophy stayed there. Almost got the trophy 2 times after that as well. I mean, what has this man not done? And now he's come back after so long. You just gotta love it.
Imagine if he goes on to win the whole thing. That would be an amazing story to tell, right? As if he hasn't already done it, but might as well go for another round if you can.
I mean, of course, you know, not the biggest slayer on the side of Buriram at this point of time, but the man is a great support player, and that's exactly what Mochi was for the squad of Buriram United Esports. Decklong just filling in the seat at this point of time.
Demais,
still
Carlos.
asking this
Bom
question.
na medida do
Where's Mr.
possível, né?
Mochi?
Porque se é buia de time tailandês, a gente não ama, mas tá tudo certo. Eles fizeram um jogo muito seguro, muito no estilo do rush deles por aqui, né? E agora a gente tem aqui um dos jogadores da Buriram, de Long, que jogou absurdamente aí com o time deles. E uma curiosidade pra vocês aí, ele é um dos jogadores de maior destaque da Tailândia. Talvez vocês não conheçam ele porque ele jogava muito tempo atrás, tá bom? Mas a Yusu me contou que ele acabou sendo um do top 1 por pelo menos uns 3 anos seguidos. A gente vai conversar um pouquinho com ele sobre tudo isso daqui, e eu vou deixar a Yusu começar as perguntas agora. Yusu, please go ahead.
Thank you, Carol. So first, congratulations, Buriram. You guys did a very amazing job. So, Dilong, it has been a very long time we haven't seen you on screen. But first of all, what happened to Mochi, and then you guys decided to place Dilong inside the game?
เกิดอะไรขึ้นกับโมชิทำไมเราถึงมาเล่นแทนวันนี้คะ
น้องป่วยครับ ก็เลยต้องลงแทน
So Mochi is quite sick. Yeah, so that's why he's replaced him for now.
For now?
Yes.
How many days?
อีกนานแค่ไหน
ก็ต้องรอดูครับ
So please keep an eye on. Stay tuned.
Ok. Perfeito, perfeito, maravilha. Vou seguir aqui com a minha pergunta agora. And okay, so is there any ambition for you guys to win here in Brazil, considering that Brazilians won in Thailand last year?
มีความแบบว่ากระหายที่จะชนะในบราซิลไหมเพราะว่าปีที่แล้วอ่ะทีมบราซิลชนะที่บ้านเรา
แน่นอนครับเอาแชมป์กับไทยแน่นอนครับ
Of course, we want to bring champion back to Thailand.
Beleza. Perguntei aqui pra eles se eles se sentem mais ambiciosos pra vencer aqui no território brasileiro, já que a gente venceu ano passado lá na Tailândia, né? E ele confirmou que eles querem de fato trazer o troféu pra casa. Mas é isso, minha família. Por aqui uma entrevistinha assim, ó, pra deixar vocês com gosto de quero mais. Mas enquanto isso, a gente vai conferir os melhores momentos.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Carol, and thank you, Ben, for being our translator. And again, congratulations, Buram. And we will continue to witness more and more bombs from other team. And now let's head back to our caster and watch the analyze.
What a game, Husky. I mean,
wow.
First of all, we actually got Deck Long out there on the interview. We assume Moshi was sick, but I wonder how sick.
I sick enough to call in the analyst, right? You know, it's not every day. I call that a blessing in disguise because let's be honest, you see the same lineup every single time. We still had some variations when God Cruz and Funa were still around, but ever since we stuck with the main 4 plus Deck Long, we've never gotten to see this old man back on the main stage. So I'll take it, right? I'll take every single round that he plays, especially when they are still winning, regardless of the situation.
And the fact of the matter is, Deck Long actually stood on that battlefield alive long enough for them to walk away with the booyah. That in itself shows how good he is. I mean, this is the global stage. You are up against the creme de la creme of Free Fire players out there. You're an analyst that doesn't play with the rest of the players all the time. You're just analyzing the games in the background, telling them what to do, how to do it, and to be thrown onto the hot seat and still do well. Oh, dude, I am just impressed.
Sometimes you say that the gun barrel is not rusty just yet, right? There's a saying in Mandarin, they say 包到位啦, which means that time might have passed, but you are still sharp as ever. And we're seeing that in this man. Again, not the heaviest hitter. Everyone else on the team also stepped up, but you cannot deny the fact that he still contributed to their victory. And alongside some of these young players, right? This is the second World Series for Wasana ever since he joined BRU a year ago. He recently broke the curse, got the trophy in fall season. This is kind of the running back, right? The biggest event in the entire year for him in the competitive calendar. If they can win it for him, it's not just for Deck Long. Wasana will also be rewarded.
Yeah, Wasana has thus far secured a Tier 3 tournament with Buriram, a Tier 2 tournament at FFWSC. Now he's looking to secure the Tier 1 tournament, the Tier 1 trophy as well. He is on a streak to break through the curse because ever since he got acquired by the squad, they haven't really won all that too much. But now that they are on this winning spree, it is expected of them to go all the way, but of course it is not going to be the easiest, and I actually want to see the Brazilian teams make more noise out there. Unfortunately, we're not seeing too much of that. Fluxo though performed so much more better in this game number 2.
Yeah, they stuck with the same approach from game 1 where they started pretty slow, but the only reason that they lost out is just that they don't have enough preparation, right? They don't have enough equipment to fight a decked out Get High who had 6 eliminations and rocking the Skylar like everyone else. So it's quite a showing from the SCA teams.
Yeah, I mean, it is a beautiful blessing for Buriram to find this perfect, rhythm on their side, even with Deck Long on the squad. If they can hit a booyah, imagine what they can do with the deadly Moshi, this deadly snipes from afar, that backup that he can give the aggressive Wasana with the M82B, as well as his Riptide Rhythm. This team is not performing at their best just yet, so the other teams better watch out.
Look at my man, 6 assists, right? Who cares about the eliminations? Deck Long is the true try and tested supporter for the team, ultimate cheerleader.
This is crazy, dude. How in the world is Deck Long even doing this? I mean, to be not even on the bench. He wasn't even on the bench, but thank goodness they put him as the substitute player. Buriram is just one of those teams who plays on the world stage and they don't have any of those pros on the bench. They've got their analysts on the bench here to fill the seat, and you can see that they have barely skipped a beat even with him stepping in for Moshi.
I mean, to be fair, how many teams can confidently say that we have a world champion as our analyst, right?
Oh yeah.
Probably no one. I think BRU is the only team in this entire global stage, or at least right now in Brazil, that can say that line and have no one question it. So, I wouldn't doubt them on it. But even if it's BRU, I still want to go back to the can they be consistent, because Hua Esports definitely fell off in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate. We kind of, posed that question very early on, but Hua Esports didn't really do that bad. I guess the last time we saw them pick up those eliminations, they got eliminated with 5 of those points on their side. I don't really remember how many placement points they got, so we'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. But in the grand scheme of things, they're not doing too bad, right? Because it was a massive game number 1, 31 points. So even if they flunked out in game number 2, they should still be somewhere in the top 3 for sure. Buriram United will be hot on their tails, but Fluxo has not been very aggressive, but they've been showing up towards those final circles. That has got to be a big threat out there, and I'm just hoping that they show up strong on this next map.
Yeah, I think, we've seen the Vietnamese team step up. We've seen BRU step up representing Thailand. I mean, Twisted Minds also doing pretty well, right? 2 games in a row, they came in guns blazing, and sure, no booyahs just yet, but I think they've gotten more than enough elim points to put them as a top contender so far in day 1.
When they were getting eliminated, I saw about 14 eliminations on the side of Twisted Minds. They surely outplayed Buriram when it came to the numbers of the body pickings out there on the battlefield. But in the grand scheme of things, they don't get that booyah, and that doesn't really matter. As long as they can keep up this pressure, it is all about getting the top 12 spots to head on into Point Rush and then the grand finals. And speaking of Point Rush, I cannot wait to get there. This brand new refreshed version of how many points you get to grab if you get the number 1 spot is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, even for BRU, we see how they kind of won the SCA 4 seasons, also sort of to Point Rush, right? It has been a big difference maker. Of course, key players for this game, we got Get High with 6 eliminations, but special mentions to Nike Boy and Nando X from the Corinthians, because they actually had a pretty darn good round. They just were not able to close it out.
Corinthians actually are not doing too bad. They are one of the better teams out there on the battlefield from the first 2 games. So this is actually great news for the Brazilian fans who are on their home ground out there. Let's look at the elimination leaders though. Mostly it's from Thailand. Buriram's Get High getting the 6 eliminations, but Twisted Minds, just between these 3 players alone, they've got 12 eliminations already. I counted 14 earlier. I want to know exactly what the final tally is. Coach are showing up for the consolation here for the eliminations as well as he shows up. Bigatron Delta didn't really have the best of games, unfortunately.
No, not them. Not the Indonesians so far, right? RQ Kazu also not having the best start. But for EVOS Divine, they got to get that act together, right? Go for a full reset, because 2 rounds in a row, they were the first 2 teams to get knocked out. And now look at the standing so far. Hua Esports still maintaining a lead thanks to an explosive game 1 with BRU and Twisted Minds second and third.
And Bigatron Delta actually managing to stay on the top 5 here, all thanks to their performance in this game. They didn't get a lot of placement points. In fact, they only got 4 placement points, but 9 of those eliminations. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
I was about to grab my Pringles. I was like, whoa!
I was admiring my mustache. I was looking at Mr. Pringles. I was wondering exactly who has got the better one.
I was about to grab a chip, but I guess I will have to wait in a little bit before I get to munch on it. Don't worry, Night's still young. I could get used to this timing, honestly.
Absolutely. And of course, we are waiting to see all of the recovery plays from the teams who have not picked up much thus far. We're looking at the Mexican teams. We're looking at Reda Esports. And unfortunate for them, first 2 games hasn't really blessed them with too many points.
Yeah, no, not really. The top 3 teams, in fact, have a pretty big lead, right? All things considered. Again, Hua Esports followed by BRU and Twisted Minds. Corinthians also coming in close, but of course, the Corinthians didn't have the best round 1. Round 2, they made up for it. So I think the battle so far it's still pretty wide open. But if BRU and Twisted Minds continues this road, we might unfortunately have a pack leader by the end of week 1, and that's not something that I want. I want it to be a lot more even.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? I want to keep it, under total suspense all the way up to the final game that we play before the teams qualify into Point Rush. But of course, we are not the ones who decide exactly how things are played out there on the battlefield. It's all about the consistency.
Oh, yeah. Well, with that being said, right, I think, we still got 4 more rounds to go. We haven't even gone into the random map just yet, right? Coming up, especially Alpine, it's one of BRU's strongest map. If they can kind of score a jackpot here, I think it will put them very much in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you can count on Buriram to walk away with those booyahs on Alpine. One of the most consistent, if not the most consistent team on this map. Time and time again, even though they struggle on the rest of the maps on a bad day, Alpine is a sure guaranteed booyah for this squad. And they're just nipping at the heels of Hawaii Esports. Hawaii Esports just came off of a bad performance. So perhaps this is the time for Buriram to take over.
I mean, if they've already begun that route. So, well, we'll check back in you guys in just a little bit. Again, we have 4 more rounds to go. Round 3 coming up for now. We'll take a bit of a breather and we return for more Free Fire action.
What did we do before? This it?
We are back for more Free Fire action. It was a quick breather. I was able to munch in on a couple Pringles chips, but here we are, the teams getting locked and loaded for round 3 of this day 1 of knockouts.
Absolutely. And of course, Buriram geared up for a booyah at Alpine, unless, of course, they get upset by one of the other teams who are going to be hunting them down. I'm curious to see who is brave enough to take a hot drop up against them. And, if you do, you've got to face off against one of the deadliest players out there, Wasana. There is no rusher that is more precise than this man, especially when he's got a little bit of backup from Moshi from afar. This time around, you don't have Moshi, but you've got Decklong and his Strogon. I think that's good enough.
Yeah, even if you put him aside, everyone looks at Moshi as the premier sniper of BRU, but they also forgot that Jonah can also take some pretty nasty shots as well. It's just that most of the time, he's more of the U2 guy, right? He's more the guy that carries around the grenades. And in fact, globally, he has the most used grenades of everyone else.
And Alpine will be our 3rd destination. Let's get ready, everyone!
Yes! Porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
All the way to the very end, of course, unless you warm yourselves up with one of those campfires out there. It's Alpine map number 3. Let's see who grabs the number 1 spot by the time we bring this to an end.
Hawaii Esports still in the lead, but not by too much after a dip in that round number 2. But if we can bring it back in Alpine, give us a good round, finish that top 3, doesn't matter if we get a booyah or not, especially when they have done their due diligence to put Vietnam on the map in the second half of the competitive season. They gotta keep it up on the global stage.
And of course, if you have not popped some heads out there in a good game of Free Fire, pop some Pringles first, just for a little bit of a power up. Luxo will be taking the drop straight down here at Stadium with a potential skirmish up against Bigatron Delta. That's going to be a little interesting. Corinthians are safe for the time being, except Omala, who's playing it very dangerously close towards RRQ.
Even it's a kind of a same scenario where you have Corinthians and RRQ near each other. Twisted Minds kind of roaming on that northern end. But clearly, Corinthians are a lot more spread out than I would like them to. WSK though, walks against CLG. A very uncanny fight. But Leonimo getting shot down. FAQ7 drops down to low ground to survive the return shot. So CLG off to a 1-point start.
WSK, I don't know what to say. This might just be an early end for them yet again. Big Boss tagged up. Domin right up top. Man has got no med kits whatsoever. Big Boss down on the ground. Down by a treatment sniper of all things. And Domin has to wait for a little bit of backup. But if the backup arrives, it is going to be trouble. I don't know how they save themselves from here.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough spot because at least for CLG, they are trying to get rid of Domin, who did show us the Domin Toretto move. Shout out to Neptune for that joke. That joke's hit different when you are at a certain age, but hey, yeah, he's down, he's gone.
No, he didn't have his family to back him up, man. Unfortunate. Leonimo is there, though. Brings him back from the dead. Pretty common with the Toretto family. Fortunately, we'll have to move the conversation over to CLG, who's being stalked here by the players of EVOS Divine, and Ray finding Joker from the back. The rest of his team members are going to leave him high and dry. They're going to be backing away, and EVOS Divine not letting them get too far.
This could be EVOS Divine finally off to a better start. I say that, but it's only just 1 point. If they can chase down the rest of CLG, that would be great, right? 4 points and a wipeout to give it some placement points. But for all things considered, EVOS Divine hasn't really been the most active team, especially when they take the initiative, but they don't really win the fight. We'll check in on them in a bit. So the Corinthians will be under the microscope for now. Bob's position actually exposed to the Corinthians. Lucky Boy could take a shot if he wants to see the Corinthians spread out. In fact, it is a 2-1-1 formation. Corinthians coming in from the western side, and Fluxo having enough members to receive it. MT7 will be the biggest difference maker, so Corinthians will be looking to flush him out. Retirate him. MT7 needs help right now. Bobs flies in through the haystack, but Omala still taking out MT7. They want to come in for a trade, but Corinthians have got that covered. So at the end of the day, it's Fluxo starting off with a deficit, and Corinthians keep the pressure going. But enforced over the bridge as well. In fact, Fluxo getting corralled and cornered towards the southern side of the island.
Omala, ice grenade is going to force him back just a tad bit, putting him in harm's way. Ju and Bobs are in no position to take advantage of this, though. Omala trying to bait them out. Very smart play, but very risky at the same time. Corinthians taking a couple of advantages here with Omala up in front, all because they had that one player taken down from the side of Fluxo. And look at Omala tossing out that ice grenade, and here comes the backup as well as they go in for the flush. Fluxo! Bob turns the tables instantly, but Nando X shuts him down from afar. And this is Corinthians now on the chase up against GU, all alone out here in the open.
How did Omala get knocked down? Oh, this shouldn't have happened, but still, Corinthians having an advantage. It's a 3 versus 2. GU now has to somehow fight this out. Gets doubled up by Hawk. He blasting with a shotgun. Corinthians with 3 points, and Fluxo barely making it out alive.
Better Esports up against Hua Esports. A one player taken down for the time being, and Bigatron Delta just stalking this situation, waiting for that opportune moment to strike. And Hua's not waiting to allow more of their players to get taken down, as Death has been revived. And it's not going to be dropping back in here. You do see him off screen with his parachute, and the rest of Hua Esports going to be navigating straight towards him at the potential risk of coming across Bigatron Delta.
See, if Hua Esports continues down this trajectory, they sure as heck will have to fight Bigatron Delta. It's either that, or they choose Reda on that northern side. The odds definitely look better because they did wipe them out in round 1 on Bermuda. It seems like the ultimate move is just to buy time for Death to get his weapons back up, as he did get revived and has nothing in his backpack right now.
And Hua Esports, they most definitely depend on Death to deal the damage as well as to pull those points in for the squad. So it's going to be imperative to allow him to recover first before they head on into yet another strong engagement. And the man looking for an assault bunker, but the rest of his team members just a tad bit too far away. They've got an airdrop on them. And Death in the meantime will be able to pull away a couple of weapons, but here comes Reta. Viralau gets tagged up, and it looks like it is about to be death for Death himself. Unfortunate, he gets knocked down to the ground, shut down prematurely, could barely recover.
Can't do much about that. Really unarmed and out in the open. So Hawaii Esports is back to the drawing board. They have a revival point nearby. They can use it if they want that free revive, but they will choose to buy him back a lot faster and efficient. All this considered, I mean, they able to take control of Militia, right? So for Hawaii Esports, they don't really lose too much off of that. And for Reta, it is just a checkpoint where they can get us some extra points. And I just saw them fly towards BRU. We're checking on them in a little bit.
A little unfortunate in terms of the timing for the team of Hawaii Esports. They had the assault bunker. If only the rest of the players had rotated in time, that could have been a sweet ambush from the back. But of course, spilt milk, nothing much we can do about it. Let's see if or not Corinthians can overwhelm Fluxo. And they are not in the best of positions right now. 3 players already on that revive, low on the loot as well. As Bob's out in the open, tries to play a little bit of distraction. Butson will use his capabilities to get close enough, but finds absolutely no one.
Must be so confused right now. Where are the Corinthians hiding? He sees the silhouette of the glue wall, and now he's onto something. But have to be very careful because I don't think they're ready for this.
Wow.
MT7 though opens it up. Opportunity garnered by Fluxo. MT7 making it happen with Nando's going down. Fluxo have a chance, and the rest of Corinthians are scurrying out of there.
Just when you think Fluxo is spread out way too much on the battlefield, MT7 makes it work. WASK on the other hand, there's nothing much that they can make work from this sort of an angle. Mr. Ali, the last one out here. Is he gonna get shot out of the air? No, he does. Yes,
they
he
got him.
does. Bye-bye, WASK, says Evo's Divine.
Wow, ABAX with the final shot. 6 points for Evo's Divine. Way better than everyone else. I mean, even for this case,
The
Evo's
scoreboard
Divine.
predicting a booyah by Buriram, by the way.
I hope that's not a spoiler, man. If BRU wins this, then we got a bit of a problem to deal with. But they winning around with 8 eliminations, no, that makes no sense. So I don't think it's a spoiler. I think it's just to bait people who support BRU.
If they actually end this game with 8 eliminations, we will have a lot of explaining to do. Fingers crossed again, 9, huh? 6 eliminations so far. Evo's Divine, WASK not in a position to fight for their rights out there as they always spread out too much. This is the third game in a row that they do struggle in here, so still the bottom feeders. It is unfortunate. We'll wait for them to make a comeback later on at Kalahari. Buriram United, on the other hand, up against Reta Esports, the closest team to them, but if they do end up in a strong engagement, Twisted Minds will be looking to take advantage.
Wow, look at this. Twisted Minds, BTR, a CLG nearby. Essentially 4 teams against 1 if they all turn on to BRU. The circle demands so. Forest Red will be the final battleground. And if you're any of these teams in Forest Red, you gotta be really prepared on what's to come. Hawaii Esports are Kazu, Fluxo from the eastern side, Evo's Divine from south, and the Corinthians waiting to rendezvous with Nando X.
Fluxo just spotted out RRQ. Question is, did RRQ see Fluxo? They're not waiting. They know this next circle is going to hurt. They've got 10 seconds to make that rotation, and they have started off now. Fluxo sends out the UAV, but RRQ is not home anymore. Very smart play from the Indonesian squad. And the Brazilians, just a wasted UAV, barely any cash on them, but they have got their secret weapon that led the previous Magic squad to victory. But question is, will the portal go serve them up well in the current meta? We'll have to wait and see.
So yeah, so Fluxo finally has enough to start making a move. See if they can make an impact, right? I think if you're in Fluxo's position, just play it slow. There's no need to rush. Most teams would have already found a spot near the circle. This has been Fluxo's approach for majority of the day. Corinthians under fire, and they're fighting against RQ Kazu.
I'm looking for yet another booyah, but with 9 other teams looking for the exact same question is, how long can they stay undetected? Reda Esports right beside them, and even though Reda is one of the weaker squads out there, in a moment of chaos, you never know exactly who's going to be taking those lucky shots on you. So Buriram just needs to be really careful here. Hua Esports, the team that scored a massive 31 points, setting the record for the global finals, on their way in, finding the backs of Twisted Minds, and Fluxo opening a shots up against Hua Esports just to make their lives a little bit more troublesome.
And I actually like this move from Fluxo because for Hua Esports, for them to respond is a lot riskier thanks to Twisted Minds being nearby. So Fluxo, they did draw the attention to themselves. So when it's RQ, Kazu, and the circle demands that everyone goes to the northern side of Forest Ray. So Fluxo locked in the fight between them and RQ, Kazu. Hua Esports takes on Twisted Minds. BRU takes on Reda Esports. It's about to be messy.
Yeah, Buriram and Reda in a lot of trouble. 3 Indonesian squads outside the current circle. They will be looking for a safer spot. Poppy straight down. Twisted Minds finding Hua Esports. One by one, they trickle on in only to get shut down. And CLG will find the final shot onto death, taking Hua Esports out in 10.
Very unfortunate. Their location exposed by Fluxo, and everyone got outgunned by Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds now are in a very good position to win the entire round because there's no one contesting them.
Unless Fluxo decides to drop by and say hello. Buriram and Reda Esports still in a lot of trouble. The Indonesians are on the way. Bigatron Delta right behind Buriram. RRQ right behind the players of Reda Esports. Fluxo flies on in, trying to take away the defensive spot of Twisted Minds. Butch is in right behind Nameless with the Bison, tries to spray him down, but Bobs is going to be the trouble here with the grenade launcher.
And they split the fight into a 2v2. Diamond Nameless coming in together, puts in times in as a third person. They want to outnumber this electrotherapy duo. The timing goes down, Dio takes him out, boss fights Exposy, and that's going to change the broken. CLG decides they want to be a part of this from long range with the most uncanny of weapons. And Twisted Minds barely holding on. Nameless able to take down Putsins and puts up the glue wall. But now he's in a horrible spot. 1 against 2. Pops and GU right in front of him. And CLG not willing to let them go.
CLG just taking that opportunity, but now Evos Divine right behind CLG as well. This is going to be trouble. Bobs with the shot, and he will be able to get the connection with the mini Uzi into 2v1. Bobs and GU looking for the final player off of Twisted Minds. Nameless gets sprayed down. Unfortunate for Vidalao off screen, as well as Twisted Minds gets eliminated. RRQ doing a number on Corinthians.
And CLG really ruining the chances of Twisted Minds and Evos Divine. Whereas Corinthians, they're getting blasted by BRU from afar. Reda on top of the roof. RRQ Kazu now in a more safer spot with a Corinthian player behind them. But BRU, they're going to be playing on the outskirts of the circle. They know that they've gotten this under control.
This was anticipated. RRQ shutting down Reda Esports and their players one after the other. That's will be able to knock down his own partner with that ice grenade. A tad bit unfortunate. And the boys off of Reda with a beautiful pickup and that back away grenade is going to try to tag. Oh, yet another one up. Dutch will not find the connection just yet and drops all of those glue wall melters. Christo has got the grenade launcher but will not be able to use it as Ma'al gets that sharp shot. Reda's out.
Oh, that's a lot of glue walls used thanks to the Reptile Rhythm, right? RQ wanted to keep themselves safe. BRU still 4-man strong. I think they're the only team with the entire squad alive. Coach are definitely regretting being the first one in the circle because there's nowhere else to go. Get high skis it. Knees long, basically extended into the open. If he doesn't go down now, he's going to go down sooner or later.
CLG trying to take advantage, but Buriram says hell no. Box from the back will be able to drop a double nade, stealing away the opportunity for points off of Buriram United Esports. Buriram's not going to be too happy with that, but there's just a lot of distraction out there to keep Fluxo alive as Buriram goes for RRQ instead.
Might be the back-to-back booyah for BRU. They are in prime position to achieve it. Wasana knows it. Let's see if Fluxo can be interfering against this again. Seems like that's not possible with GU on the ground, so it's just bombs against the whole world. The RQ Kazu looking to fend off BRU, but BRU will change their attention to Fluxo after GU bleeds out. It's just Bobs left. And RQ also eliminated. There's nothing better he can do. 9 eliminations is all Fluxo will get. BRU with the back-to-back.
Back-to-back booyah, and as anticipated, Alpine still belongs to Buriram United Esports.
To the best trophy that's ever graced the snowy Alpine map. No team can take them out, no matter how hard they try. There's something about the cold that makes BRU come alive.
Deck long. This guy still surviving, and he's on the squad that has got this back-to-back booyah. This man is not the guy that keeps the bench warm. This guy is not even a proper backup, all right? But he is a world champion, and he is very capable. Like you said, the barrel ain't rusty just yet. He may not be getting all of those eliminations, but he sure as hell is making it work out there.
And if I see the new gen after me winning multiple trophies, I will want to take a shot at it, right? I mean, he's really making use of every single opportunity. So, he can be the spotlight player for the day for BRU. I don't really care, right? He could be the reason Moshi fell sick. I don't care. I just want more of Deck Long.
And Fluxo once again back to back.
Mais buia da Buriram por aqui, dobradinha já pro time tailandês, e a gente já puxou o Asana para trocar uma ideia aqui com a gente. A gente vai entrevistar ele, mais uma vez a gente tem aqui a tradutora dele e a gente vai seguindo nessa dinâmica, tá certo? Okay, so I would like to start asking, in this last match, they were fighting against Fluxo, and I would like to know if they came to Brazil to get the revenge against Fluxo.
เมื่อกี้ตอนช็อตสุดท้ายเหมือนเราไฟกับฟุกโซใช่ไหมเขาเรียกหรือว่าที่เรามาบราซิลเนี่ยเพราะเราอยากจะมาล้างแค้นฟุกโซหรือเปล่า
ก็อยากได้แชมป์มากกว่าครับก็ไม่ได้มาเพื่อล้างแค้นแต่มาเพื่อเอาแชมป์ครับ
It's not that we come to take the revenge, but mostly we aim to being a champions.
Ok, eu perguntei pra eles que nesse endgame eles estavam trocando contra o Fluxo e se eles vieram pro Brasil de fato pra conseguir essa revanche contra o Fluxo. Ele falou, não é que a gente quer uma revanche, mas a gente veio aqui pra ser campeão. Just one more question, I would like to know if when they do this is to make fun of Fluxo.
เขาบอกว่าที่ทำท่าเนี้ยคือแบบว่าเหมือนล้อเลียนเขาหรือเปล่า
ผมทำหรือเกนไฮท
ำไม่รู้ในทีมทำอ่ะ
ก็มันแบบก็แกล้งกันเฉยๆครับขำๆกันเฉย
ๆ It's just talking for fun.
Ok. Perguntei pra eles porque eu vi eles tirando foto assim, ó, fazendo o vapo do Fluxo. Eles estão fazendo isso de propósito pra tirar um sarro do Fluxo. Ele falou assim que não, a gente só gosta disso. Tô te entendendo, viu, Asana? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Carol. So coming to Brazil, how was your experience until now? No, I don't.
Thank you. เป็นไงบ้างมาที่บราซิลประสบการณ์แบบความประทับใจ
ก็ดีครับบรรยากาศดีเลยก็รวมๆแล้วก็ชอบครับ
Overall it's good. I like the weather, so I can say that I really love here.
Oh, you really love here? Then what is the second thing you love here?
แล้วอีกอย่างที่ชอบนอกจากอากาศคืออะไรคะ
ก็น่าจะเป็นตอบว่าไงดีก็พวกของกินครับอร่อยที่นี่
You talk about food, like food is also good.
Perfeito. Ela perguntou aqui desde do momento que ele chegou no Brasil, como é que ele tem sentido. Ele falou assim que gosta muito do clima. E aí em seguida ela perguntou então qual que é a sua coisa favorita sobre o Brasil. E ele falou da comida. A gente sabe, né, fazer uma comidinha brasileira ficar famosa. Mas por enquanto, minha família, segundo o Buia da Buriram por aqui, vamos de melhores momentos.
Buriram is on fire right now and we will go back to our caster, watch and analyze, and then let's head back to our fourth game. Thank you so much and see ya!
I mean, really hot questions coming through from Carol. Were they making fun of Fluxo? Nah, just a little bit of taunting, says Wasana. But this man, a true gentleman, okay, holding out the mic for the host. Really cute, man.
If ever he is done with pro play, we know where he might go next. Right? I mean, we could plan, 5-10 years ahead, but for now, eyes on the prize. And for BRU, this is just another day in the office. 2 booyahs back to back. You don't really see most teams do it on day one, but BRU somehow always delivers.
Surprisingly, a very soft game coming through from Buriram United Esports. A total of 21 points secured in this game. And of course, if you look towards the bottom here, Hua Esports just 2 points. After picking up a massive booyah on Bermuda, they have really slumped. And this is exactly what we're talking about, right? The consistency that we look for in Hua Esports is not there, but they are capable of some really solid games when they put their minds to it. It's just that they get a tad bit too excited sometimes.
And sometimes it also could be, just the unfamiliarity with certain maps. I don't even think is that case since they've been playing the same map pool for the longest of times, but you could clearly see some very exposed weaknesses on certain rounds. And I think this is one of the few ones that Hua Esports just looked out of their element.
Yeah, and of course, when you look at Fluxo on the other hand, back to back to back, they keep finding that final circle, and they are one of the teams with the most number of placement points. But of course, we have to bring the spotlight onto Get High for eliminations. 971 damage, 2 assists. Once again, very soft game coming through from the side of Buriram. So no surprise here that the numbers look a little bit low from the side of Get High.
Honestly, I think, speaking about Fluxo, if the whole plan is just to make it to point rush, I am completely fine with how they're approaching this. But I hope that they have a way to kind of ramp up afterwards, right? Because if you have a team like BRU that's coming in hot like this at the start of day one knockouts, you got a whole lot of things coming for you after this.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to play the Falcon strategy, but the question is, do you have the Falcon capability? Because that's exactly what the boys from the side of Falcons do, right? Keep their heads low all the way into the grand finals, and then boom, they are the champs. Fluxo, on the other hand, they've been trying time and time again. Once again, we have to pull up the EWC performance, not the greatest. So in the recent times, they haven't really shown up on the global stage very strong. But as far as the Brazilian scene is concerned, they are the kings of Brazil. And we are actually looking forward to them taking that and really helping that push their momentum up to an all-time high because of that home ground advantage that they hold.
Especially when it's not just this global finals promo video, like there have been a couple where we always pit these boys against each other, BRU against Fluxo or / Magic Squad back then. So there's a lot of rich history behind all these individuals. It would be kind of a shame to see it not deliver on that end. And I'd say so far Fluxo are still trying to find their footing, but at least Bob's 6 eliminations, almost 3.8k damage dealt, one of the key players of this round number 3. They definitely are ramping up slowly.
Let's look at the elimination leaders here. Bob stepping it up, 6 eliminations this time. And obviously, it's just about time before Buchzin catches up with his friend as well. Get High with the 4 eliminations. Nameless and Jonah tying up with 3 elims each. And that's showing up a little bit of consolation here for the Indonesian squads. And they haven't really been showing up all that too much, except Bigatron Delta. The consistency is pretty surprising, and I am all in for this. They're doing so much better than RRQ.
Oh, yeah. I think that kind of ties back to them being one of the dark horses of Indonesia. It's either them or RRQ. Evil's Divine, they have to earn their way back into this conversation. But BTR, promising so far, right? I do feel like at least in this grouping, this Group A against Group B, BTR is faring pretty well. I do wonder though, what if the more aggressive teams start showing up from Group C? That could change the landscape. But for now, BRU officially in first place. Fluxo, all things considered, still made it to third, tying up with Twisted Minds.
This is insane coming through from Distant Minds. No Booyah, no problem. We'll keep the heat on just like Fluxo. They've been finding that final circle time and time again. The only place where they have faltered is the placement points, but you can see they're keeping the heat up through those eliminations, just like we broke down at the start of the show. If you can't get those placements, no problem. Just make sure those gunfights are super sharp, and Twisted Minds are all about that. We saw how their rotations have been, especially in game number 2 at Purgatory. They are thinking 10 steps ahead and they are executing it like pros.
Even for some of the quote-unquote bottom feeders, we saw WASK, Reda. This is not the first time they have been on the world stage. They've been here for as long as we can remember. But I remember someone did ask me before, like someone dropped me an IG DM and he was like, what can WASK improve? And I said, well, you gotta first start looking at the region itself, right? Like, is the competition tight enough? And it's something that I think would take some time, but it's good to see that at least this organization is consistently making it back to the world stage. At least that says something about the capabilities of the players.
And RRQ not having the best of days, but at the same time, not the worst of days. They can still recover. There are 3 more games to go. And we know these boys, once they start to turn the heat up, there is just no stopping them. In the grand scheme of things here, the plan is to get to point rush, so they don't really need to go for booyah after booyah and show off, but they do need to show up.
No, they definitely do. Not many teams get to tell other people that, hey, we've went to Brazil 2 times in a single year. First to Sao Paulo, then to Rio de Janeiro, and in between we went to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Oh man, these people are traveling more than I've ever traveled in the past 2-3 years. They're making a lot more bang than me as well. Maybe I should consider playing, but clearly with all these people out there, I don't have a chance. I can't even make it through the Malaysian circuit, let alone to an international stage.
Well, if anybody was ever looking for a good motivation to become pro in Free Fire, that is exactly it, right? You get to travel the world, baby, and the prize pools are nothing short of insane. Once again, back-to-back booyah from the 2-time world champs, Buriram United Esports and Hua Esports. After a phenomenal start at Bermuda, they have just dropped off of the face of Free Fire. A disappointing run in Purgatory as well as Alpine, but obviously recovery is possible here as we gear up to head into Kalahari on Game 4.
No, we'll see. I mean, it's going to be interesting, especially when Kalahari rolls around. That's where we say it's an Indonesian playground, but recent tournaments have shown us that teams have started catching up. So it's no longer an ID exclusive. I wonder if they would make some adjustments to catch back up.
Desespero aqui, a flor da pele, Pio. Vamos decolar, vamos pra Kalahari e ver o que vai acontecer com os nossos brasileirinhos, Yansu.
It's Kalahari. You guys already know that Kalahari is Thailand's favorite map and they are bombed with it. And we also saw that Buriram United Esports, they dominated like 2 games. But this time, who will win it? Brazil, Indonesia, Vietnam, or Thailand again? Let's find with us out.
Quem será que vai conseguir esse booyah em Kalahari? Porque os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Thank you for the consoles, and this is gonna be an absolutely heated battle out here on Kalahari. We know for a fact that it used to belong to Indonesia, but Thailand has been making a lot of noise up in here. Let's see if or not Brazil can keep up with the heat, Husky.
Now, divide and conquer is the name of the game. We are you now with 58 points, 2 booyahs, and basically just destroying the competition at the start of the knockout stage. We'll try to continue that dominance. Again, top 3 is them, Distant Minds, Fluxo, Hua Esports coming in 4th, and then a big gap between them and Bigatron Delta. 13-point difference between 4th and 5th. Some of these teams will really have to catch up with Bigatron Delta as the spearhead of Indonesia.
Interesting drop at Stone Ridge here for Buriram United Esports, and their usual rotation into Santa Catarina will put the boys of Corinthians in a lot of trouble if that's exactly where they're hoping to go into for their second compound loot. Fluxo, on the other hand, all the way out at sub.
So it's going to be more of a slower start. I know that for BRU, they usually either go Santa Catarina or they divert or they pivot to command post. I think recent tournaments have seen them go command post a lot more often. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Kukazu against CLG starting it off at Foundation. Both teams trading 1.
Easy pickup here for RRQ. CLG cannot say the same. Joker will find Razor from up top. XM8 doing a number on him. But once again, the recovery should be pretty easy here for Abe. FAQ just on standby, waiting to catch them off guard. Maaldo up on high ground, has got the VSS in hand and waiting for a deadly strike. This gun is pretty lethal mid to long range.
Couldn't find the right angle. He caught a glimpse of one of the CLG members, but unfortunately just couldn't get the shot in. It will still try, but unfortunately it leads to nothing as WESP again against Hua Esports at Bayfront. Spread out though. It's going to be a 2-on-1 rush towards Shin.
Wask will need to wear a mask if they falter early once again. Speaking of it, Domin is actually already wearing a mask. So is Big Boss. They're all hiding their faces.
Yeah, they are. I mean, It's a lot more threatening if you see an antelope running at you. The antelope mask, of course.
I guess. For us trying to play a good game here by wearing a mask. Domin, opportunity, Max 7 in hand. But he just gets sprayed down. Yanbin made that look way too easy. Mr. Ali brings Domin as quickly as he went down. Leon Nemo can't do much with the MP40. Now gets tagged up with the A124, and the man goes in for a revival instead onto Mr. Ali. Big Boss down, and Bigatron Delta has decided to drop by to say hello.
Yeah, halfway through the fight, both teams realize that there's just more than just them in this compound. BTR coming in to pick up the scraps and get some bonuses along the way. As 2 eliminations, Nems wins the fight as they both move in a straight line. So as number 3 for BTR, number 4 coming up. Leonimo goes down, WESK and Hua Esports both sustaining heavy damage, and BTR none the wiser, the biggest winner of this fight at Bayfront.
Yeah, Kyong, beautiful follow-up here onto Yanbin. And just needed the grappling hook a little bit earlier. And Yanbin will take good advantage of that to quickly reposition. But is found by Abex instead. That AC80 finding its mark. Shin says thank you for knocking him down. I'll bring him right back in here for the play. Hua Esports trying to get away as Evos Divine now finds the backs of Bigatron Delta. Bigatron on the hunt. And now they are the hunted.
Unfortunately for Bigatron, they will have to buy time. Kyong might catch a free one though mid-air. Checking it down a little bit, seems like he doesn't show up just yet, so Kyong will not be able to secure the knock onto A-Bags. In fact, finds himself in a pretty precarious position with 3 members of Evil's Divine trying to hunt him down.
And with all of this chaos, Wasp actually manages to slip away. Evil's Divine will find the Punisher as Bara gets knocked down. Kyong gets traded out. Pick up too easy for Evil's Divine. The recovery is solid, and the rest of Bigatron Delta says, hasta la vista, we are out of here.
Instant revive from Kyong. Bigatron didn't really lose much off of that. For Evil's Divine, thankfully they didn't have to go for a revive of Distort's finding death, so Hua goes down. And this is just not the start that you want.
Yeah, Poppy's down as well. Dix finds him out in the open. And Hua Esports continues to have a rough start after setting the bar so high for the rest of the teams and apparently themselves.
Yeah. And it came crumbling down pretty fast for Hua Esports. Back to the drawing board it is. Not out just yet, but needs plenty of time to recover. I mean, I'm noticing a lot of these teams are very scrappy in the opening rounds of this knockout stage, right? So many scattered fights happening around the map. Clearly, it's between the SCA teams and the LATAM teams, but still, you think that they would want to kind of scope out the opponents first, but they are just taking it head on.
Managed to duck away. The grenade not finding him. Chris a tad bit annoyed. And Dutz has got nothing except his secondary to defend himself. Technically, the man's got no defense. Ice grenade. Will find the clip, but not enough to knock him down just yet. Reda Esports actually rotating away as the backup comes through for RRQ. Very, very beautiful play once again from the Indonesian squad.
And I like Reda Esports' response, right? Don't take a fight when there's no need to. Refinery is a really big compound. Just play on the high grounds, play on a platform if you can find one, and just wait out the circle. But of course, the caveat is that you are going to be risking resources if you just stay there. So they will have to move eventually. BTR against Twisted Minds, on the other hand, it seems like only one team will make it out of this live. It seems like that team is Twisted Minds. 5 points for them.
Yeah, Bigatron Delta still alive. Beautiful on-time revival coming through for the squad to keep them in the game. But the question is for how long? They are going to be pretty starved for the loot as they make their way back in here. And spotting out, you've got Kyong all the way at Shrines, attempting a crazy revival for the rest of the teams. Sorry, rest of the team members. And Wask is still in trouble as Corinthians now tries to hunt down Leonimo.
We got a knock just now. WESK losing another member, and I believe, yeah, Corinthians cashes in on 1 extra point. If Leonimo goes down, that will be 2. They could definitely go for the chase. Good snipe from Nundawek. Corinthians is picking off stragglers. 6 points.
Yeah, There's just nothing Was can do to really stay away from all of this heat. They're trying to just look for the circle and just keep their heads down, but by some reason, all of the rest of the teams here just keep catching them off guard. They do have one elimination in hand, though. Finding the recovery at this point of time is going to be tough on Kalahari. You can get the revival, but you're also potentially going to get shot out of the air.
See, if Corinthians continue down this trajectory, they can essentially end this round on a pretty high note, despite not getting the booyah, right? 6 eliminations. And most teams, they get a lot of elims at the start, but the downfall is when they get knocked out before they cash in on the placement point. So something that Corinthians need to be aware of. But with how they've been playing, I definitely feel like they can make it at least into the top 5 at the end.
The last we checked, Corinthians were 2 points behind Megatron Delta. And I think what they have done thus far has been more than enough to catch up with the squad from Indonesia. RRQ, on the other hand, 2 eliminations in hand. They've been having a little bit of a slow day in comparison to the Bigatron squad. So perhaps now would be the time for them to ramp things up. Unfortunately, Kalahari has not been friendly to this team in the recent times.
No, it has not. I think times have definitely changed. In the perhaps kind of the how the portal goal became obsolete also was a thing. You can make these sneak attacks. That's kind of what made the Indonesian teams a lot more tactical during that era. But right now, to be in the open and having to use launch pass grappling hook kind of back to the old ways, some time to get used to. But with Mammoths going over to BRU, there's so many stuff to loot there.
And who can forget the Riptide Rhythm that won Magic Squad the World Championship? And right after that, it actually got brought into the meta. So it's a tad bit unfortunate. Everybody has caught up with that play. But of course, on that same note, Yago is no longer in the squad. The man who brought out that beautiful Riptide Rhythm. RQ being scouted out here by Twisted Minds. They know their positions. Question is, do they want to take a brave attack? They're waiting to see where this next circle goes before they move on in. I think that's a smart plan. Oh, beautiful.
Oh, wow. Hit the jackpot. They can consider taking out RQ if they want to. If RQ moves...
They don't need to, though.
Sure, yeah. There's not really a big need, honestly. We see they're moving down south side. It depends on what RQ wants to do also. If RQ stays there, then... yeah, then maybe Twisted Mind can sneak past them. Seems like that's going to be the case, right? They just hug the side of the map.
No need to really get into the thick of the action, and very smart reposition coming through from Twisted Minds. There's just no way in hell anybody is going to be behind them as they rotate towards that spot. So all they need to do is just watch their 12 together as a team. So this is a smart reposition, unless, of course, the next circle really puts them in a pickle. We'll have to catch up with them in a little bit because I'm pretty sure they are going to be quiet for the time being. Chris will find one. Hua Esports still being tortured, and I guess Red is finally getting some revenge.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Hua Esports. There's only so many revives you can pull through, right? 11 minutes in. If you want to revive anyone, this is your last minute to do so, and that wouldn't even guarantee much. Not with BRU on the southern side. I'm not even sure Reda knows that there's BRU.
Let's just try to take this one step at a time. Don't tell them BRU's behind them, man. It's gonna make them panic. Fluxo managing to back away. Corinthians very aggressive with the shots, and they have to be because they want to maintain the stronghold on this compound here at Refinery. And if they don't take an aggressive push up against Fluxo, they could be the next victims here. Fluxo has got this high ground advantage now, forcing them all towards the corner. Beautiful play coming through from Corinthians, but are they gonna mess up here with all of those grenades? They don't. MT7 down on the ground. What a nade from Nando X, and the elimination comes through as well. Corinthians overwhelming Fluxo.
They're gonna try, but Fluxo actually was able to intercept one of the Corinthian members as he was going for the rush. But there's still an opportunity for Fluxo to turn it around as they are holding their ground. Corinthians break down on the blue wall, but they are not breaking the members of Fluxo. The time turner at the very end really coming in clutch as Fluxo holds off the assault. Corinthians getting completely demolished on this 4v4. Really came down to the ability usage, but again, that dome that was dropped down by the Chrono changed everything.
The time turner really turned the tides there up against Corinthians, who were overwhelming them with the area of damage off of those grenades. Aim God dropping down. Dutch will not find the connection on the grenade, but has got the grenade launcher. Beautiful connection. Aim God tries to back away. Does he find the follow-up? Answers no. Ma'al has got a sliver of health left on him. Goes for the medkit play. Dutch could not recover before Ray finds him. Beautiful play coming through from EVOS Divine. The Indonesians just preying on each other.
Going to be EVOS Divine. Let's see if they can overcome RQ Kazu. They have all of these angles covered. Razor out into the open to find an exchange, but Vara ready to receive it. RQ Kazu out in nice spot. And EVOS Divine slowly crawling up.
Yet another slow game for RRQ. This is not good for business at all. And EVOS Divine, they were right behind them on the overall leaderboard earlier. 8 points behind them. They should be able to overtake now. If they can get to the final circle, the next one on the plate might just be their brothers once again from Indonesia, Bigatron Delta.
See, if EVOS Divine, how crazy would it be if they, of all the maps, this is the map that they come out on top of. It's not impossible. 7 points and uncontested. BRU on the other hand, just wiping the floor with WASK. Some extra points for them. Reda sees this happening. Let's see if there's going to be some interception.
Long tagged up, yet higher sliver of health, manages still to survive. My goodness, Reda Esports just not finishing their meal here. Chris tagged up, and man's walking away with a sliver of health. And here comes the circle, pressuring both Buriram and Reda Esports. Buriram are going to be the ones in a little bit of extra trouble here. Wasana has got the Groza, which makes him a great threat mid to short range. Reda Esports, they are a tad bit lucky. They've got a little bit of high ground to play around with here.
And I think if Reda Esports just play slow, don't attract any attention. All eyes are should be on BRU on that low ground. Hua Esports somehow makes it into the final domain. They still have members alive and able to cause some damage. But again, Reda, let's see how long they can hold out for, because Dona just found Chris. Deadlong just get knocked down by Vida Lau. There is going to be some exchange, but BRU losing Deadlong, they might have to give him up.
Yeah, they ran away from him so quickly out there. My goodness, Deadlong. He's going to be a tad bit annoyed, but of course, you got to do what you got to do. Reda Esports with that high ground was just too much of pressure to deal with. And now Jonah circling on around, catching up with Wasana, and it's just all-out pandemonium with 7 teams alive in a tiny circle.
It's going to be tough. Fluxo getting picked off. Jonah finally flipped in, and that's not really good. We are also struggling to go through the same area. They're funneling in. That means between Fluxo and BTR is going to be only one. Grenades flying out. Reda somehow blocks it up with the glue wall, but they're all on top of the tower, and Twisted Minds, one step gone.
Solid glue wall play from Reda Esports. Carlos has got the grenade in hand. He can do it dirty here on Twisted Minds, but he does not toss the grenade out in time. Vidalau just trying to get those jump shots in, trying his best to not get his own headshot off as well. Jume almost bleeding out, but gets picked right back up. Had got the horizon line on himself, so therefore Fluxo still survive.
And Hua Esports also survived for so dang long. Fluxo finally out. As BRU now takes center stage, it's them and EVOS Divine, but Reda Esports also messing up. EVOS Divine losing members to a separate team. BRU, bit of a chaos, finds the monster truck again, but EVOS Divine not gonna let them walk away just like that. So BRU forced to retreat. Hua Esports behind them, Twisted Minds beside these team, BRU in the middle.
Electrotherapy here from Ray and Bara. They want to get aggressive, but Buriram just playing the super defensive, and EVOS Divine just too smart to step on in right in front of them. 4 players on the side of Buriram. That can be a tad bit of too much chaos for any team out there to handle. Twisted Minds once again in this final circle. The consistency is mind-blowing, and Reda Esports finally with the recovery gameplay.
Honestly, ironically enough, Reda actually has the best spot to work with, right? I mean, the Riptide is going to ruin it a little bit, but they have so much open ground. Instead, they choose to run straight into Twisted Minds. Take that fight in Monster Trial, being a bit of a nuisance right now, separating the battle lines, and BRU getting rushed by Hua. They wrapped him from behind, but unfortunately for Reda, they ran into a meat grinder. Twisted Minds taking care of most of the members. Jonah gets back up, but Wasana gets shot down. Twisted Minds basically serving everyone a hot one. EVOS Divine also putting in the numbers.
Like you said, it will be impressive if EVOS Divine makes that comeback right here, right now at Kalahari. 13 eliminations already, 42% with the potential win rate here coming through for the Indonesian squad. Twisted Minds weakened. Hua Esports trying to shut them down from the back, but Jin has to spend his time recovering as the final player. Hua Esports stands no chance.
Tough. Imgard needs this knock, couldn't find it. He's down to Apex, he's getting run down as well. Twisted Minds survives, and they will also get the first booyah for themselves after 4 rounds.
I was misled by the elimination counter up top. Twisted Mind strong with 4 players on their side, turning the tables onto Emos Divine, who was just so distracted with all of the chaos. They were focusing on taking out the players from the side of Buriram, and they sure as hell did quite a bit of damage to make sure the 2 back-to-back booyahs don't trickle in for the triple booyah.
Minor criticism to how Reda handled that final circle. I felt like they could have played with the open space a bit more, but overall, still like the performance. They hung on for long enough. They chose the moments that they fight, and they put up a valiant one, but Twisted Minds were just too strong, and this is the aggression that we saw in Sao Paulo during the Mobile Masters that sent them all the way to the Esports World Cup. When you put Nameless and Diamond together, when there's the electrotherapy, they look unstoppable.
And Twisted Minds with such a solid play after remaining consistent back-to-back-to-back in the first 3 games. They should be able to gear themselves up for the #1 spot, but of course, it's just way too close between the 2.
Way too close.
Hoje parece que nesse início de Mundial de Free Fire, a gente começou com uma dominância dos times tailandeses. 2 buias para Buriram e agora 1 buiazinho para Twisted Minds. A gente vai trocar uma ideia aqui com o Diamond, que foi justamente o MVP lá da Ásia na grande final deles. Okay, thank you so much for being here. Would you like to start, please?
Yes, thank you, Carol. So first, congratulations to Twisted Mind for having your first booyah in our first day. So Diamond, I would like to ask you, how do you feel about other teams and especially the Brazilian teams?
รู้สึกยังไงกับทีมอื่นที่มาแข่งในวันนี้โดยเฉพาะทีมบราซิลคะ
ก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกอะไรครับก็เฉยๆมันไม่ต้องรู้สึกอะไร
I don't have much feeling for any team, like just keep focusing on my game.
Tá bom. Ela perguntou como é que ele se sente em relação aos outros times, especialmente os times brasileiros. Ele falou assim que não sente nada a respeito dos outros times. Ele só tá realmente focado no jogo dele e do time dele. Pra mim, tá escondendo o jogo, família. Okay, so do you think have you as the MVP in FFWS, Sia, do you think makes the team more feared and more strong?
เพราะว่าเราได้ MVP จากซีรอบที่แล้วคิดว่าจะทำให้ทีมเราดูน่ากลัวขึ้นไหม
ก็คิดว่ามีส่วนครับ
I think yes, might be.
Tá bom, uma resposta curta. Perguntei pra ele, citando ele como MVP da Ásia, né, nas grandes finais dele, se faz com que o time seja mais temido pelos outros times, mais respeitado de fato, e ele concordou, ele acha que sim. You surprise, Twisted Minds surprise everyone winning the Mobile Masters ESL. Do you think teams now have more respect for you?
เพราะว่าเราได้แชมป์จากที่เซาเปาโลมาคิดว่าจะทำให้ทีมอื่นกลัวเรามากขึ้นไหม
ก็ผมก็ว่าไม่กลัวนะครับผมก็โดดทับผมกันยับเลยนะ
I don't think they are scared of us or give us more respect because they all just jump to us.
Huh? They are what?
Landing on their location.
Ok. Perguntei pra ele, né? Eles foram os campeões aqui da primeira ESL, da primeira Mobile Masters. Eu perguntei se isso faz com que, de fato, os outros times respeitem eles. E ele falou assim que isso não importa, né? Só faz com que todo mundo continue olhando pra eles, mas não é só sobre respeito. Thanks so much for the interview. Agora a gente vai pros melhores momentos, minha família, pra gente, mais uma vez, relembrar tudo que aconteceu nessa última partida.
That is booyah for Twisted Mind, and now we are going to back our caster and listen to our analyze. Thank you and see you!
Thank you very much to our lovely hosts once again, Yunsu and Carol, and of course we got Bunletrix and Diamond as our MVP for game number 4. Well, they might not have earned as much respect as they thought they would have after winning Mobile Masters, but they surely got picked up by Twisted Minds afterwards for EWC. I'd call that as a big W.
A big W indeed, and 27 points off of this Kalahari map is a huge W to gear them up for that #1 spot, especially because Buriram United Esports only managed to walk away with 12. So I think that can pretty much guarantee Twisted Minds is currently your leader on the overall leaderboard. This is insane with just a single booyah in hand. Fluxo, on the other hand, kind of bombed out once again.
Very unfortunate. There might actually be a scenario where the gap just widens after day 1, right?
Yeah.
When you have Twisted Minds and DRU at the top, and they clearly are. But I mean, there was this kind of running joke going on after Mobile Masters where Sami and Wasana used to be on the same team. They went their separate ways after the FFSI, and Sami was the first guy who won a trophy before Wasana. I mean, it's about to come full circle if this continues. There's this hidden rivalry between these two, but considering that they play massively different roles in the team, it's good to see that Twisted Minds kind of step up the performance when they need it the most.
Wasana just swapped out Saming for a better sniper in motion. And technically speaking, obviously, they're going in here for a opportunity for bigger titles, but the question is, can Twisted Minds swipe it away from them? Diamond, the predator of FFWS Southeast Asia, is once again a big predator out here as well. On the recovery game, finally, as they pick up their first booyah of the day, man scores 7 eliminations and 3 assists.
Yeah. Even look at the lineup. This is the loadout. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's something that Twisted Minds have been running with for a long time. Only a few teams have adopted this, especially when you talk about the Cassie electrotherapy, like Nameless and Diamond. They feel like an inseparable duo. They've been doing this for the better half of 2024, and every single time, once they get their momentum going, it is just destruction. Look at that. 7 elims for Diamond, but he also has 10 knockdowns.
And 7 assists here for Nameless, 6 off of for Saming. I mean, the whole team was super active this time around out here on Kalahari, and we could see that, right? On screen, off screen, Twisted Minds just doing so much, and they were hungry for the #1 spot. They were hungry for the comeback. It would be pretty shocking if that comeback is here on the global finals, and it looks like they are geared up for exactly that.
Even key players, right? Diamond against 7 elims, almost 3.9k total damage dealt. This every single time they get their hands dirty, you get that Diamond Nameless combo. It is just unstoppable. But you turn our attention to some of the other teams, right? WASK, for example, again from Morocco. I think last time we saw them was also on FFWS. They didn't really make it to the knockout stage, and right now, how things are, they are also not sitting in kind of top 10. Very slow start. They've been outgunned by most of the teams they ran into.
They placed 18th at the Free Fire World Series 2023, and the way they're going, that might just happen yet again here unless something drastic happens for the squad. Looking at the elimination leaders, many more flags up here this time around, but once again, the domination is mainly from Thailand. As usual, it could just be a all-out Thai affair at the grand finals. We're kind of getting glimpses of that as we take a look at the overall standings. Twisted Minds and Buriram up on top. And Buriram, even though with the 2 booyahs, could not defend their #1 spot up against the consistency of Twisted Minds.
And the main difference is just Twisted Minds have 10 more elims compared to BRU, right? So in that department, BRU definitely edging out in the placement points, and that's something that, funnily enough, we look at lesser compared to the eliminations. So in terms of a tiebreaker, Twisted Minds will win the second half if they tie the booyahs with BRU. But with how things stand, it really comes down to these two teams trying to battle it out. We'll see if Nexterra changes it, because I think the landscape is a lot different. Looking at the Thai teams to, well, in this case, Hua Esports to step back up on Nexterra.
Yeah, but of course, we can't be too surprised that Buriram is not doing great on the eliminations factor, because Moshi is still having an upset tummy. He's still sick. He is on the sidelines, and Decklong, I mean, the man's putting in the support, but he can't pull away those eliminations jumbers just yet, which makes it even more impressive that Buriram is on that second spot, just 1 point away from Twisted Minds. I don't even know how they're pulling this off.
I was about to say that, right? Like 75% of BRU is as good as our first place team. Oh, I mean, give Decklong a bit of that credit, right? He's still a pretty dang good support, right? They are still clocking in the eliminations. They're not going on the full out offense like they did, 2 years ago. But either way, if this is the performance of BRU and Twisted Minds that we can expect for the rest of the knockout stage, I am ready for the grand finals already.
I'm absolutely ready for it, man. But of course, we have seen a couple of grand finals where Buriram has dropped the ball unfortunately, and we haven't even seen the winners of the Esports World Cup Falcons in action just yet. Of course, there's a lot more to anticipate when Group C jumps into the fray to show us a little bit of what they are made of. But the question for me is still whether or not Brazil is going to wake up and play. Fluxo has remained consistent in terms of finding that final circle, but we just do not see the tenacity out of this squad just yet in those gunfights.
And funnily enough, the meta hasn't really changed since we last saw them. Barring the portal go, the launch pad, but Skylar became a thing that everyone used, right? And the Cassie electrotherapy. I do wonder what is Fluxo's next plan. We still got 2 more rounds to go. Nexterra coming up. The future is now. We'll jump into that in just a little bit.
No está cerca del mar.
Yo de aquí, de la ciudad.
Mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
O sea, es una zona cerca de Bolivia, pero...
I knew it.
Oh yeah, pretty catchy song.
How beautiful it would be if you could just circle your booyah and get it.
I would love that, right? I will circle the things I want, like for example, a new death slap, a new mouse. I could use a new phone, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. That one looks pretty good. I would like to circle that using the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Wait,
but if you were already circling it, you have the phone, Husky.
Circling on someone else's phone, that's what I meant.
Okay. But they might get the phone though.
Yeah, true. Well, we'll figure that out. We'll figure the deal out.
We will. 2 more games to go. Nexterra, the futuristic map, before we all get mind-boggled by the absolutely random map that's going to be blessing a couple of these teams here, because obviously everybody has got their favorites. All of them know these maps really, really well. They just don't love all of them the same.
Yeah, it's like a favorite child, right? Every time people bring up Kalahari, the whole world looks at me as if I've committed a grievous sin. I just like that map the most, even though most people don't like it. I think that people feel the same about Nexterra. It provides a very different dynamic, especially when you have Grav Lab and stuff.
But the question is, are you the favorite child?
I like to think I'm not already. No more.
Okay, I'm sorry for making you sad, Of course, you can't be as sad as Wask. They have been absolutely bummed out from the start of the day. They have picked up a total of 12 points. Of course, let's throw it over to the host as we kick off the
and again, talent is too strong, and I'm so scared of that. But the energy that it gave me, I feel really excited as well. And we are all ready to take off and moving on to our next map. I'll follow Captain Camila.
E bora, fofa! Os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Lieutenant Yunsol. They are Are they the flight attendants or are they the pilots?
I'm pretty sure one is the pilot, one is the co-pilot.
Okay.
Lieutenants.
I thought we were the pilots.
Are we the pilots? Who's flying the plane? Well, I guess that's what you call autopilot. We are in Nexterra. We talk about the future. We gotta have self-piloting planes. But if you want to talk about lieutenants, there's definitely 11 of them, one leading each team. and clearly some of them are leading a way stronger team than everyone else. Very generous flight path, and right off the bat, Fluxo at their favorite spot, Intellect Center, but this time they got BTR to deal with.
Bigatron Delta from the Falcon Hunter to the Fluxo Hunter. Let's see exactly how they do. Diamond is at the very perimeter as well, just scouting out the situation, potentially allowing the rest of Twisted Minds to drop by as the third party shortly. Depending on how this initial engagement goes, let's see if or not Fluxo meets an early end, or they find a punishing death blow here to the side of Bigatron that has invaded their spot.
It's gonna be pretty interesting. If interestingly enough, this is the exact drop spot that allowed Fluxo to, Money's Magic Squad, to win last year's championship, right? When we still had high tier loot zone, clearly that has been removed now. WASK not having a good start. RQ Kazu just wiping the floor with them. And Fluxo being able to gather together and initial gunfight going off. But we're going to check back into that in a little bit. Mr. Ali actually takes our Razor. This long range support is good, but not good enough.
Yeah, Ali with a beautiful revival just before he gets caught out. The final survivor of Wasp managing to buy themselves a lifeline. And it looks like Duds has already spotted out his rough spot, all thanks to the glue wall that Ali brought up a little bit earlier on, flanking from that right-hand side as Ma'al moves on towards the left. This could just be the end for Ali, unless, of course, he pulls out a fantastic headshot on one of these players.
So even for RQ Kazu, let's see if they can find Mr. Ali, because that could be the full wipeout that they're looking for. On the corner, here we go. There's the revive, so I suppose VSK are still in the game, but RQ Kazu with 4 points, and Bob's just got knocked down.
The ambush here from Bigatron Delta, Geo as well on the ground. And it looks like it's a quick expiry for them. MT7, can he hold on to his ground? Yes, he can! What a headshot to Neff! And that is the recovery they need, but unfortunately overwhelmed by Kyong, had the double vector in hand. And the final survivor of Fluxo off at about Kirsten is, does he have enough coins to bring the rest of his team members back?
Should have, hopefully.
There you go.
There's Bob's. So one step, one member at a time. BTR taking control of Intellect Center, but when we check back at a quick replay of how this went down, RQ basically having the first drop onto the WASK and just outnumbered them.
Bigatron Delta, 4 eliminations strong. And this is what you want to do if you are Bigatron. Take a drop on a consistent squad out there, punish them early on, build up a little bit of your own confidence. There's a high probability they knew exactly who they were gunning for based on that drop. And this is surely a great start for the Indonesian squad. Speaking of Indonesia, he was divine. I wonder if or not they want to play in that final circle once again. They surely took a great hop over RRQ after their final circle shenanigans earlier.
In this case, you got Corinthians also finding a pick-off. WASK continues to suffer as Corinthians scores the first point. Thankfully at Mortar Runes, it's not really a popular spot, so Corinthians know that they will be safe.
While Esports is tagged up from afar, and they do have enough of those medkits to patch themselves right back up with 2AV right above them. They're not going to be worried too much about the position for the time being. CLG, on the other hand, getting caught out here by Twisted Minds. Revival's going to come on through. Joker 21 brought right back in. Floki MVP down as well. CLG really not sustaining themselves up against Twisted Minds, who are just flushing them out one by one.
Complete destruction if you're CLG. Down to Joker 21, can't even keep his teammate alive. Now Twisted Minds is looking to clean up the mess. CLG not making it out of this. Doesn't seem like it. Actually, a launch pad taken, so somehow scraping by, but still 4 points for Twisted Minds just like that.
Twisted Minds using the R1 earlier, and with the Dinoculus managed to scan out one player, but it is not from the team that they were hunting down. It's Bigatron Delta, so if they circle on in towards that compound, they might just be in for a surprise because more Bigatron Delta players have started to show up there. While Esports slowly peeling away from Reda, but this should be an engagement that they can sustain. But it looks like luck is just not on their side to find those numbers just yet.
Probably not. Even for Hua, they would have liked to get a bit more at the start, but the drop zone is just not overlapping with anyone else. Fluxo finding a second spot to hunker down around Rust Town. But they might be pinned by RQ. I think Bob just spotted a vehicle on top of the hill. GU firing means that they might just draw attention to themselves.
I don't know what the idea was there, because this man has barely got anything on him. No medkits, no grenades, just a single glue wall. Same case for Butzin. And Meta Esports, it is a potential flush once again. EVOS Divine bringing on the heavy artillery. Abex looking for one, finds absolutely none. A good back away, and Bigatron Delta is here to storm the party.
Oh, this is going to be so interesting because Bigatron Delta have just walked into a fire zone as the members of EVOS Divine getting ran down from behind. And Lopez XL really happy with that. Revives come through for EVOS Divine, so they don't lose out too much. But Reda clocks in some free points. BTR decides that they will not fully commit to this.
Fantastic defense by Reda, and thanks to Bigatron Delta, they also get to clip to eliminate 2 players from the side of EVOS Divine as they try to peel away. And Bigatron Delta said, okay, never mind, bro. You know, we weren't really going to do much here. They back away. EVOS Divine is the biggest loser in that engagement.
Bigatron Delta realizes that they don't really need to push the envelope. Instead, they say, well, Fluxo, though, getting doubled up from behind. Deuce does go down, but easily picked back up by Razor. Should be his 5th point. The ice grenade not doing nearly enough. So another revive for Fluxo, but Twisted Minds, they just caught a glimpse of RRQ Kazu from that western side.
Mobs just paying it back to Butch's in, bringing him back in. But revival after revival is not gonna do the players of Fluxo any good here whatsoever. But the position that MT7 holds behind Wask, though, could potentially give them a few extra points here. Wask has been having a terrible day. Fluxo should be able to dominate them, providing, of course, they can find some decent weapons out there on the battlefield. Geo and Bob's a tad bit too far away from the rest of the team members as Ali slowly closes in on the position of Buchizin.
Even Twisted Minds from that eastern side. You got Corinthians, you got RQ Kazu, WASK barely surviving. Them and Fluxo are in the most vulnerable positions. The circle's still pretty big. We'll see if the next one is going to funnel the teams towards the center. There's the Dinoculus used, though. I believe that one used the spot used by WASK.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, they're gonna look for they're gonna look for that one Fluxo guy.
Yeah, very, very well played here by Wask. First with the R1 and then with the A1 to 4, instantly finding out where he is. But finding out where Butchizin is versus doing something about it, 2 very different things. Butchizin gets the first knock, and Domin with the distraction outside the window finds the backstab. But GU says, not so fast, brings the man right back in once again. Fluxo with the revival gameplay.
Gotta stabilize the situation somehow, right? The bleeding ain't stopping for Fluxo, and time is running out. Twisted Minds up against the Corinthians, but it's not the Corinthians that they're worried about. They're worried about RRQ Kazu on that low ground. So Twisted Minds gotta make a decision. The 3-1 split. Seems like the plan is to play it safe. They don't need to rush this. Saming will rejoin the rest of his team. They will play from the outside of the circle and just avoid any form of confrontation for now. Leave Corinthians to be RRQ Kazu's problem. Twisted Minds going south side. And just trying to make that far rotation. And they have more than enough equipment to do that. I see the circle closes in though. That's where Hua Esports is. They're going to run into EVOS Divine soon. Corinthians starting a firefight with RRQ Kazu. Right in the center, we have Reda and BTR basically taking spot. I believe another Dinoculus used by WASK. They want to take one of the southern zone, and they will. Might be a 3-way fight going on. CLG against BRU on the western side. EVOS Divine against Hua, and Twisted Minds on south. Corinthians and RRQ Kazu on east.
Twisted Minds is way too far out the circle here. Hua Esports being gate-kept by EVOS Divine. This is not good for both of these squads. EVOS, question is, can they take advantage of both of these teams at the very same time? They'll have to give one up for the other. Or potentially both of them might just close in on EVOS Divine at the same time. We'll have to wait and see. Catch up with that action in a little bit. Elong will find one with the grenade launcher. It looks like Wasana has given up the responsibility to him to be the grenadier of the squad. And the rest of the CLG players, they crumble one after the other. Buriram, the shutdown squad is here. And Dekla actually gets one.
It's not even close. CLG just got mowed down. And it's not like it's a full-blown 4v4. It's just BRU looking for 1v1s. Everyone picking their own target and just winning those fights individually. The Farmtopia essentially cleared out. BRU has a clear path into the circle.
Once again, beautiful BRU stuff. Summing. A damn bit of his health taken away. He goes for the prone. And my goodness, Hua Esports doing a number on EVOS Divine. And that was what we expected as EVOS was holding on to the defensive spot. But Twisted Minds does not contest for it. They use the launch pad to get into the thick of the action in the middle of the next circle. Buriram will go ahead to join them as well. This distraction is going to take the attention away from RRQ for a little bit.
And I think I see what Buriram are thinking already. They looked at the circle and they realized that there is a good chance it ends where they are. And it might just come down to a healing game. We've seen them do it before.
Oh yeah.
What a perfect time to pull it off. It's a replay. This is how the run went down, right? A grenade launcher in the hands of the Hua members completely just destroyed the ranks of EVOS Divine. Raid wanted to put up the glue wall, ends up dying, and the rest of Hua just stormed building and wiped out every last remnant of EVOS.
Yeah, Shin just said thank you so much for funneling yourselves into a tight little spot. My grenade launcher loves it. But now Hua Esports have to deal with the Corinthians here as they slowly catch up with them. Oh, Mala, the death dealer on the side of Corinthians with a bison in hand. Super deadly. Yanbin gets caught out from the back and shut down as well. But it is RRQ from the opposite side, so Corinthians need to slow the pace down here.
Jonah actually got sniped by one of the Fluxo members, but I think they should be able to pick him up. Look at the circle, right? Still within the control of BRU. All these teams are fighting on the outskirts. Obviously, Twisted Minds are jostling for space between them and RRQ Kazu. You got Bigatron Delta from the northern side. Fluxo now up against Corinthians.
Corinthians, all of their ice grenades just falling short by a couple of meters. Fluxo, on the other hand, was super stealthy and were able to respond with a few spot-on grenades of their own. But the problem here is both teams are in a lot of trouble. Circle has started moving. They need to get into a safe zone. Buriram could just be waiting up top to snipe them down.
If you're Fluxo, you have to understand that every single move from this point onwards not only exposes themselves to the Corinthians, but potentially BRU. Look at this. They are more than ready to play that end game. And no teams can get out there. You need to use the launch pad. Fluxo will do it. They've kind of cracked the code of what BRU wants to do, and now they want to take over the spot.
Oh, pushes in down on the ground. GU tries to run away, but shut down by Jonah with the AWM up close and personal. MT7 right behind. Bombs knocked down yet again. Buriram just holding on to their fort, not allowing anyone to take it away from them. MT7 with a close range. Beautiful snipe onto deck long. He's going to get picked right back up. Osana trying to break down those glue walls. He is going to find one, finds the second, and finds MT7 at the very end as well, taking Fluxo out in 7.
You know what? They might not have won that 4v4, but massive respect for even attempting, right? Because it's an inevitability that we will go down to that healing game. And Fluxo, they just wanted to take over control. Twisted Minds against Corinthians in the same building, but I feel like only one of them will make it out.
They also potentially took away a few extra medkits off of Buriram here, putting on the hurt on them. But now Corinthians could not survive long enough. Twisted Minds sweeping them out as they look for the defensive spot. 15 seconds to recuperate here for Twisted Minds because they need to move on in towards the next zone, which is going to be dead center on the players of Buriram.
Looking at that bird's eye view, there is a chance that BRU might have to literally stand on the edge of this structure to have a chance, and that could expose them to teams on the low ground. And it comes down to whether the other teams on ground level can hold out long enough for that to happen, because BRU, they have a bird's eye view of everyone.
This is just insanity at this point of time. Are we actually going to see a medkit booyah here on the global finals? And it's all thanks to Buriram. We may just be able to see exactly that. It looks like nobody's heading down just yet. Twisted Minds is camping right down below. Twisted Minds going to look for that medkit play as well. Question is, do they have enough? Bigatron Delta going in for the shutdown. Will be able to find one, but Dix gets shot right back instead. And look at Buriram from up top. Nems gets knocked down onto the ground. Buriram's just feasting up there.
And then you have Twisted Minds, right? Understanding that they have to take the low ground. they definitely have a way better chance because BRU, if you want to go down to ground level, it's all about jumping down.
Yeah.
You gotta use a monster truck or something. So Twisted Minds might get the last laugh.
I think they've just cracked the code here. They bring out the monster truck. They are
here they
not going to take any fall damage whatsoever, but they leave one player up there with all of the medkit. And the Cassie's electrotherapy working its way once again. Get high, gets caught between two players. Kyung though, Wasana goes in for the shutdown from the back. Spot on Kyung once again. Kyung could not respond in time. Saming from the back does manage to shut down Declong with the ice grenade.
With Wasana somehow snuck into the middle of everything. Can he wreak havoc because they've already lost Declong and Get High? Twisted Minds figuring out the code, and Wasana now has to fend for himself as the circle closes in. The blue wall goes down. Wasana somehow staying alive for longer than he should have. Twisted Minds wanted to hunt him down. Saming finally guns him with a mini Uzi, and it's just Captain Jonah on top. Who is gonna survive? Exposy, he's looking for him, but he will have to trade his health bar in return. This is gonna be so damn close, AJ.
He's probably got the Horizon line on him as well. Jonah started patching himself right back up already. Exposy tried to get the snipe from afar. He is going to fall short of that. Saming has got more of that health on him. Jonah still on all of those medkits. Buriram United holding on for their dear lives with their captain. Question is, can he survive? Answers no. Twisted Minds with a back-to-back booyah to hold on to that #1 spot.
If there's ever a tiebreaker, we know who comes out on top. It's going to be Twisted Minds at this stage of the game. Well, we're getting everything we wanted, right? Hua Esports with 31 points to start off the day. A back-to-back for BRU with Declong in the roster. A back-to-back for Twisted Minds. Came down to the healing game at the very end. The full package for the global finals. But what a way to end it. Twisted Minds just figuring out the code and able to use it to their advantage.
You can take the trophy away from Thailand, but you cannot take the fight and the brilliance out of these boys. I mean, they knew for a fact that Buriram has already played the genius play of getting towards the top, and therefore they play the bottom. They just needed to shut down the rest of the players on the perimeter, and they did exactly that. Massive number of eliminations on top of everything else for the side of Twisted Minds to maintain that #1 spot supremacy. Beautiful stuff. Let's head on to the interview.
Dobradinha da Twisted Minds here. Opa, misturei aí o inglês e o português. Galera, esse Mundial de Free Fire tá mexendo com a gente, né? E esses tailandeses não vieram pra brincadeira. Agora a gente já puxou o Nameless aqui pra conversar com a gente aqui. Então, bora de perguntinha aqui pra ele. Ok, so... what strategies did you guys prepare for this first day of the knockout stage since you already got 2 buoys?
วางแผนยังไงกับการเล่นของ Knock Stage รอบ Knockout Stage ที่เล่นมาเนี่ย
ก็เล่นเก็บคะแนนเอาตัวให้รอดเข้าไฟนอลก่อนครับ
We try to focus on collecting as much points as we can to be in the final rounds.
Good to know. Perguntei pra eles quais foram as estratégias que eles prepararam já pro primeiro dia, uma vez que eles já conseguiram 2 buias, inclusive um seguido do outro. Ele falou assim que eles estão tentando se preparar e garantir mais pontos que eles podem possivelmente por aqui, porque é o que é sobre a fase classificatória, né? É sobre garantir pontos para conseguir essa classificação.
Nameless, in all of the teams here, do you keep an eye on any team, any specific team?
ในบรรดาทีมทั้งหมดที่มาแข่งวันนี้มีทีมไหนที่เราพุ่งเป้าพิเศษไหม
ก็มีทีมตัวเองนี่แหละพี่กลัวมันเล่นกันไม่ได้ครับ
It's just my team because I scared of them cannot play.
Huh?
Which team? Oh, his team.
His team.
Ok. Ela perguntou se ele qual o time que está aqui hoje, pelo menos dos grupos A e B, qual é o time que ele mais presta atenção por aqui. Ele não se preocupou com nenhum time daqui não, tá bom? Ele falou assim que ele presta mais atenção no time dele porque ele tem medo que o time dele não consiga jogar. Mas acredito que ainda assim eles estão escondendo o jogo. Ok, what can we expect from you guys from now on in the next matches since you already got 2 buoys?
เราจะคาดหวังอะไรกับทีมได้บ้างตอนนี้แบบตอนนี้เราได้2บูย่าแล้วมีอะไรแบบน่าตื่นเต้นอีกไหม
ก็อยากเก็บคะแนนให้เยอะๆกว่านี้ครับเกมท้ายเกมนั้นเหมือนเดิม
We'll try to collect more booyah.
Ok. Perguntei pra eles o que a gente pode esperar deles daqui pra frente. Na última partida, né, iremos pra nossa 6ª queda, já que eles já conseguiram 2 buias. E ele me respondeu que vai tentar mais um buia, gente. Que isso, que menino abusado. Ai, não tô gostando disso, não. Mas a gente vai agora pros nossos melhores momentos e torcer aí que o Brasil consiga um buiazinho pra coroar esse primeiro dia aqui muito bem.
highlights now.
Yep, thank you so much everyone and congratulations again to Stepmind for having Booyah. And now let's head back to the caster and listen to our analyze. See you!
There we have it, back-to-back Booyah for Twisted Minds following in the footsteps of BRU, Saming our game MVP of this match. And once more, the consistency the Twisted Minds have been putting up on day one is astounding.
I mean, the consistency in terms of the total number of points on a match, 27 over at Kalahari, 27 over at Nexterra. You gotta absolutely love that for a dominant position on that number 1 spot. Obviously, everybody just wants the top 12, but clearly Thailand just thinks different. And yes, it's just all out Thailand domination today. We've got 2 other Thai teams that's waiting to show exactly what they can do. They're sitting in Group C. It's attack all around as well as Falcons. I cannot wait to see what sort of power they've got to throw in here. But there are also 2 other Brazilian squads, E1 as well as Spain, that might just be able to show a thing or two with that home ground advantage.
If this is the introduction to global finals from what Thailand has to bring, I can't wait to see when all of them are in the same lobby, right? I mean, it's gonna happen eventually. This is the first time that we don't get the full attendance. You know, we're missing AG Global, which was unfortunate. The slot was unfortunately taken away by Hua. But all things considered, the rest of the Thai teams are really stepping up their game, still proving that that region is one of the most feared regions in the world.
When you've got groups B versus C, you're going to see an all-out Brazilian battle. All 4 of the Brazilian squads will be in play. When we see the combination between groups A and C, we get the pleasure of watching all 4 of the Thai teams out there in the exact same lobby. It's going to be ultimate chaos for sure. It's going to be beautiful to watch. It's going to be super exciting. We hope you guys don't miss a single match day. 4 eliminations for Mr. Saming with the snipes from afar. AWM supremacy as always, 3,228 on the damage and 5 assists. He was doing a lot.
Yeah, and just overall, again, one of the star snipers from the Thai region. Don't need much introduction when it comes to this guy. He has the drip, he has the skill, he has everything the team needs. In this case, rocking the Skylar, they run the triple Arvon comp plus the Dreki. There's just no hiding from them.
Saming, even on a bad hair day, the man still looks so good. You can't mess with his gameplay at all. But of course, the rest of his team members definitely do chip in. Explosive with the 6 eliminations, 2 from Diamond, 3 from Nameless. This time it was a slower game for Diamond in terms of the eliminations, but not when it comes to the assists. But of course, speaking of assists, look at Nameless, man. 9 assists out there. My goodness, this whole squad was just picking up bodies after body.
And for Evo's Divine, they gotta pick up their own bodies because they have not been doing too well so far. I mean, there were some better rounds for sure leading into the second half of the day, but still overall, I think they are around that middle of the pack, around 8th place. The Indonesians overall have not been doing too well, except for Bigatron Delta. But even then, they suffer a bit of a slowdown, you know?
It's shocking, bro. It's shocking that Bigatron Delta is the one that is so consistent, so good, and even outshining RRQ themselves. I mean, who would have thought, right? It is RRQ and EWAS Divine, the ones with the more experience out there on a stage like this. But Bigatron Delta is just showing up in a way where none of the other Indonesian brands have been able to do. I want to see this continue. I want to see more of what we saw during the FFWSC Point Rush stage performance that Bigatron Delta brought out, because that is definitely championship quality.
For the past few months, it has been Bigatron Delta overall at Indonesia, right? The last time we saw EVOS Divine and RQ Kazu step up was EWC, and afterwards, Bigatron Delta out of nowhere, some old faces, some new names, especially led by someone like Ikao, really changed the landscape. Even I think for Indonesian, the region itself is a shocker because no one expected Bigatron Delta to go that far. And not just in the fall season, but also in the challenge finals for the Snapdragon Pro Series, they also came up pretty hot, albeit slightly lower on the point end, but you still got Kyung as part of the Ilim leader with 6 Ilims to his belt.
I mean, solid stuff once again from a player on the side of Bigatron Delta. Kyung just finding that tie with the 6 eliminations. But of course, we don't want some some, fancy mentions. We want to see the Indonesian squads pick up a booyah for themselves as well. And of course, speaking of course a Indonesian booyah, we want to see a Brazilian booyah as well.
Look at this, right? Almost 100 points in day number 1. Definitely achievable for Twisted Minds and BRU, but for everyone else, no 100 points for them, unfortunately. At least for Hawaii Sports, they can still look to extend that lead. All things considered, despite of explosive start, you look at that, 31 points in game 1, and afterwards from round 2 to 4 to 5, they only got 34 points on top of that, right? It really says a lot on the dip that Hawaii Sports went through, and it's a very drastic one.
But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is a question on whether or not Hawaii Esports can bring back that glory of Bermuda. I know how they can do that. The randomizer can help them do that. And this is exactly what we're talking about, right? The randomizer will bless you with an opportunity that nothing else can bless you with, which is giving you a map which you truly love. And if you ask Hawaii Esports, they desperately want Bermuda back. But if we give them Bermuda and then they mess that up, I will not know what to say. But that being said, though, we gotta give them props. One solid game and then a few very poor games, and they're still in the top 3. I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take that any day. But it does show the dichotomy of this team. If you want to ask a team how important the randomizer is, just ask 3 of the members from Fluxo. They've experienced that firsthand last year. That's literally how they won the trophy, or a big part of how they won the trophy. So if you ask me, for day 1, let's just go back to Bermuda. We can bring on the tougher maps on a later date.
Everything went the way of the Brazilians the last time. The map that they wanted, the beautiful Riptide rhythm. But of course, let's see exactly what sort of map we get in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Fingers crossed is what Hawaii Esports need. And the map selected did not come on through, but it was an awesome video indeed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Husky, I definitely loved it.
I mean, the animation just get top every single season, right? I don't know who is doing it, but better get well paid, because we're leveling up every single season. The theme 2 years ago and now is so different. It gets more and more vibrant. We got graffiti, we got spray paint, we got all the rat stuff, all the Gen G, I don't know, modern style. I'm getting too old for this, but I'm loving it.
What are you talking about? You're still so young. But of course, that being said, what's not young out there anymore? Deck Long. And the man is still hanging on. The man is still hanging on. Buriram is in that second spot. They're 7 points behind Twisted Minds. This day 1 is being dominated by Thailand, and Brazil cannot find anything to do about it just yet. I wonder what is going to be the breaking point. Fluxo, perhaps they're waiting for this one final randomizer to give them a little bit of an extra blessing. Maybe now, for the final game, we get to see a Brazilian booyah.
Dessa transmissão, nosso último, porém não menos importante mapa. Vamos ver esse sorteio agora, Yansu.
Yes, we had a wonderful fight of all the teams in the last 5 games, but now in this game, I would like to invite all of you to follow our screen to see our random map.
Bullet determines exactly where we go, and it is back to Purgatory, where we get to test the teams and their capabilities. Here's the exact place where Twisted Minds did not get the booyah, but they got the number 1 spot.
It didn't have to go that hard, but sure, right? We went from flyers on the streets to a literal bullet. All right, let's get it going. Purgatory, that's where BRU, they got the booyah in kind of the start of the back-to-back.
Yeah.
But that also didn't come easy, right? They had to deal with Corinthians and Twisted Minds at the very end. They just happened to find the right angle to be a part of that final circle. Let's see if that changes.
A question is, of course, whether or not we're going to see the same two teams perform well on this map. Because if that's the case, then we're going to see a massive gap up the top.
Importante, direto de
So sit back, have your Pringles, and follow us to watch our last match. Let's go!
E os jogadores já estão posicionados, então aguenta coração. Pega sua Pringles, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Grab the third spot earlier on Husky. Perhaps they can make it the #1 spot this time round and make Brazil proud on day one.
It'd be a big throwback to where it all began, the birth of the first ever world champion in Brazil. Also, that's where we got one of the hardest performances by DJ Arlock. I'll never forget that midnight oil I have to burn, because it's all worth it, right? I might not be part of the broadcast, but watching it gave me the chills. See, I mean, Corinthians, they got some work to do if they want to bring back that former glory, considering that they're not in the best spot right now. 6 on the over. Again, it is still day one. If they can somehow figure out how to stop the Thai teams, I think they'll have a dang good chance of making it to the top.
Yeah, CLG at this point of time is hoping that Kaspersky can help them get rid of this virus here at Crossroads in the name of EVOS Divine. But unfortunately, the antivirus doesn't work like that.
And they have to rid of it the old-fashioned way, right? With some lead, and some gunpowder. EVOS Divine. We just saw Twisted Mind actually got a first blood, I believe, at the expense of Reda again, while RQ Cars was not looking too good. Corinthians, after the start, it's a trade at best. Just trying to find a Hawk, but not getting it. In fact, both teams trying to go for a disengage. Corinthians look scattered all over.
I mean, Corinthians doing decently for the time being. Omala, though, down on the ground. This is going to be a huge blow to the squad. Nike Boy holding on for his dear life, and Hawk was able to take down Nuts in a CQC. This is a good step up here for the side of Corinthians. Omala back up on his feet as well. Razor's going to get caught out, XM8, and that tag on comes through for the side of RRQ. Now, this recovery is putting Corinthians in a very good spot, Husky.
And Nike Boy giving so much info to his teammates, right? That's how they know that Ma'ao is somewhere nearby, trying to go for the wraparound. And that gives Hawk and Omala time to heal back up. And Ma'ao doesn't have any resource to go for a revive. So essentially, it's a 3v1. They can take their time and go for the wipeout before WASK arrives at Central.
RRQ and the abysmal journey on day one of the global finals continues. They have not found that recovery just yet. And if they go down here in the hands of Corinthians, it would just be a little bit extra painful. And Wask showing up. And this is that lifeline that RRQ actually needs. Leonimo and Domin, they hear the sounds. Nike Boy spots one out, and that's the distraction. RRQ will survive.
Mao literally just took the zipline out of there. Does not want to be a part of this conflict in any capacity. And for Corinthians, they will decide to back off first. You understand that they don't really have are in the best condition to fight WASK, but if they can get a pick off, that would skew the odds in their favor.
Was showing up at the right time here for RRQ, but I don't know if it's for their own sake. CLG. Joker's gonna get caught out here. Saming, Mini Uzi, beautiful sprays. And that was one of the better replays of the day for sure.
And that was on Joker. Missed every single shot when Saming got put down to like 26 HP. The fact that he gunned him down with a Mini Uzi after a reload with a headshot, insane stuff from Saming. Just good footwork overall.
That's unforgivable, by the way. But of course, tad bit unfortunate. You don't get no aim assist on those snipers, so they'll let them get away with that one. And you know for a fact these players are a little bit too slippery out there on the battlefield. Their movements are insane to deal with.
sometimes you just see the weirdest footwork, right? Like my favorite one is during CQC and both players just move in the same direction, right? You just see, who has a more sensitive screen. You kind of pull the controls over to get that spray, to get the spray. Mr. Ali trying to find a pickoff, but loses his teammate. Big Boss is down.
Nando X with the shot from afar. And Huck still trying to hack away at Ali. Ali backs away. Leonimo will spot at Huck. And a fantastic spray with a Mag 7 and execution to finish things off as well. Nike Boy brings him right back in. Omala finding Ali. Back and forth we go between Wask as well as Corinthians.
On the pocket market really being put to good use, but a lot of coins is going to be spent just for these revivals. That's the second one for WSK. So this is going to carry on for quite a while. Doesn't seem like any of these teams want to give up ground.
Domin down. And he's back in. Corinthians going in here for the hunt. But in the meantime, Twisted Minds fishing out an Indonesian squad. Look at this. A triple AC-80 setup here on the side of EWOS Divine. Can they find some heads though? Abex on the left-hand side flank. But the man's function is not to be the flanker. He's the backup reviver for the squad if things do go south.
Man, running that loadout against Twisted Minds who genuinely want to be in your face. Oh, EWOS Divine. I'm not really sure about this. They do have that monster truck, but still, how are you gonna face up against Twisted Minds? Because they are so close. That AC-80 is going to be nullified in terms of effectiveness once Twisted Minds get in your face.
Bringing out the monster truck in a situation like this, not the best, but Fluxo up against Buriram. Big fights early. Jonah down on the ground. MT7 with the M82B connection from afar, but Jonah does manage to turn things around alongside Deck Long. Wasana down on the ground, and it looks like Fluxo will be able to flush them out, but get high with the final second save. Bob shuts him down from the back, and now it's Wasana up against Bob in a 1v1. He goes down. MT7 backs away, too far from all of this equation, and he will have to be the reviver of the squad. Has got a vending machine to play with and 1,300 coins to bring his brothers back.
Yeah, spends his entire asset just to get the revive. Wasana really clutching up for the team again. They get the headshot to get high, but the glue wall should keep him safe. Good attempt from Fluxo, but they forgot that Wasana is BRU, and he just single-handedly dispatched the remnants of Fluxo.
Wow, Wasana. That's all we can say, man. Crazy stuff. And Fluxo, though, with the revival, still have an opportunity to meet Buriram in that final circle. He was Divine with the revivals coming through as well. Wasana and Get High now in a little bit of a sticky situation. They barely have those coins on them. Wasana has got 900. Enough for this one revival. The rest of the Fluxo team members who just got revived might just drop by here at Marble Works. So Buriram, they might just be playing with fire.
Yeah, they have no idea that Fluxo have members planted nearby. And I don't think Fluxo will want to take any of these fights. So BRU brings Jonah back. And also just now we saw that Corinthians have 8 points already. One of the better starts to them. This is the second time that they started off the round with 7-8 eliminations right off the bat. They made it quite far as well. There is a body parachuting down. MT7 sees it but will not take a shot. He needs to play it slow. Fluxo needs to buy time.
The point that he brought up about Corinthians, the last time they did that was on this exact same map at Purgatory. So very clearly they've got a favorite one. Let's see if they can use that to climb up to the top. Corinthians at the moment sitting down in the 6th spot. 13 points behind Bigatron Delta, who are alive and kicking in the middle of the next safe zone as Reda Esports slowly approaches their compound.
Look at the circle, right? Even BTR right in the middle. The fact that Red are also going for the same approach, this could end in a fight earlier than what BTR wanted, because most of the times they were uncontested. Either they get the center for themselves, or maybe like RRQ or EVO showed up, but most of the times these teams respect each other's space. But when you're on the global stage, some teams just want blood, and Red seems to be that team.
Let's see if Buriram United Esports can pick up a few extra points here, because yet again it's a very slow day for them, and if they continue on with the slow approach, Twisted Minds will finish in that #1 spot. And of course, in the grand scheme of things, it means nothing. All they want to do is just keep the pressure up, find the qualifier into Point Rush, and no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to do that based on their performance.
Oh yeah. A bit of a sideways rotation from Red Eye, actually running straight past Distant Mines to put a dent in their plans though. Losing that vehicle, Red Eye will be forced to get out and hunker in the building nearby. Distant Mines actually going for the rush. They're not even going to wait.
Nice with 5 eliminations so far. They're trying to make it 9. But a very great defensive retreat coming on through from them in the nick of time, because here comes Bigatron Delta from right behind. They did not know this, but it was a timely one as they fight Kyong, instantly putting it down on the ground. But can they find the finisher as well? Grenade Launcher will not find the connection. Glue Wall Meltis trying to take down their defenses, but Bigatron Delta, a quick maneuver in here for the save, and they retreat from the side of Twisted Minds. They want no part of this early engagement.
Wow, actually dodged a bullet, right? You can see them double back before Kyong got knocked down, and they still got him out alive. Best case scenario for BTR. They almost slipped up there. But good call for whoever made that call, because now they are part of the circle and they have a duty to not only deal with Twisted Minds, but Evo's Divine, Fluxo, CLG, who are all coming in from the northern side.
I do not want to be Fluxo at this point of time. And neither do I want to be Corinthians. Hack down on the ground. Couldn't hack it! Back up on his feet, and Nando X taken out. Could barely recover. RRQ punishing them, taking them out in 11th. Tad bit unfortunate. Once again, Corinthians picking up decent number of points through those eliminations, but just could not cut it when it comes to those placements.
Yeah, the elimination points ended up being just placement points, right? Just being a replacement for what they lack in this round. Whoa, Wask. Mr. Ali, another shot onto Razor. I see RRQ has been having it rough, getting picked off left, right, and center, especially by a team like Wask, but somehow they only got 1 elimination off of that.
Reda with the reposition right behind Wask. Wask trying to look for a gatekeep opportunity on RRQ. RRQ would argue that they're actually looking for the defensive spot of Wask. Let's see who pulls out with the victory here between these 3 teams. It has to be a battle that RRQ gets very aggressive in, because the circle is hunting them down, and this next one is not going to be forgiving. That's up on top, and Reda will find the execution through Lopez XL. Beautiful shots from afar, but the recovery so beautiful from RRQ.
Man, they're under so much pressure from Reda, from Wask, and RRQ knows it, right? They have to somehow find a solution to this. One of it is to maybe get off the building onto low ground. It's not the best scenario, but at least you find more cover. Because Reda, they had the cross eyes on RRQ, and somehow RRQ are still retaliating pretty well. Oh, here comes Fluxo though. Into the war zone. That's Twisted Minds and BRU.
Oh, these boys are not ready for this battle, but they've got that high ground advantage, and they just need to stay as silent as possible. Buriram right in front of them alongside Twisted Minds. Fluxo just needs to stay silent as long as possible before they strike, just like they did in Bermuda in that opening game for this global finals. What a position for them to take hold of.
It's going to be quite messy. It's urban warfare at Brasilia. We still got one last circle to go. Well, the last one being exposing everyone, but once the players from these buildings start pouring out, it can only go one way. It's one of those few rounds where you don't really know who's going to win this.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds might get overwhelmed with the amount of teams around him.
And the next circle is going to be pretty punishing, depending on where it goes. Because all of this chaos is going to have a few of those teams abandon their defensive post. While Esports and Wask, they need to start moving. Circle is approaching from the back. Evo's combined on the right-hand side of Hua Esports, with CLG trying to gatekeep them as well. This is just not easy to maneuver around. 13 minutes in, and it's just pandemonium awaiting us.
It's quite a pain. Even Wask and CLG, Reda, all still around. Only one team has been knocked out so far, and that's the Corinthians. So this is the slowest round we've had for day 1. It happened to be the final round, but it's about to implode pretty soon. Lopez XL starts it off. That's Joker 21 down, brought back up quickly. But you can see a lot of these teams are just waiting for that circle to close in. They don't want to make the first move.
Evo's Divine is going to be tanking the blue at this stage. That's just a death wish for sure. But what other choice do they have? They don't know who's ahead of them. They should be able to handle this fight up against CLG, but they're not taking any chances whatsoever as they see Hua Esports. Reda spotting out Wask on that rotation. Big Boss going to get tagged up first. But Reda in no position to get super aggressive. But the circle will force them to abandon their post either way.
Man, BRU getting the last slap for sure. A lot of these teams from the southern end will have to make a move. This is going to be the big migration, and that means bodies will start dropping for sure. Evil Divine having to run through CLG, and all those damage that they tank from the blue zone might come to bite them in the back, because not just CLG around, Hua Esports also wants to get priority, but CLG, they just have the numbers. Aim got getting knocked down, but it's by Shin. And while Evil is down to the last legs, try to fire at BTR. Bara, he's gonna do his best, but I don't know how long he can stay alive.
Hua Esports gonna get a free one here unless Bara pulls off a miracle shot. Does not happen as Shin takes him out of the equation. Evos Divine slunks out at 10. But now Hua Esports should be the next on the list, tanking the circle damage. Flocky will find the elimination onto Yanbin, one final survivor from Hua, and he uses the jump pad to get into the next circle.
Even Fluxo finding two members from the side of CLG. Hua Esports somehow still able to chip in throughout all these chaos. But look at this. CLG, Fluxo, Twisted Minds, BTR, Hua, BRU, they're all in the same vicinity. And a separate fight going on the southern side between RQ and Reda.
Bob's out, all thanks to CLG and their grenade launcher that has to hurt the squad and their opportunities. But Fluxo has already taken good enough advantage with the two eliminations earlier. 3 more survivors in here. They do not have a lot to work around with, so they need to wait for those final moments to strike. That's full HP. Get high, bleeding on the ground. Ma'al with the shutdown onto Astana. Great plays coming through from Indonesia.
Yeah, BTR, they're gonna keep stepping on the gas. It's down to Decklong and Jonah. The heavy hitters for BRU already out, and unfortunately, Decklong has nothing to revive his teammates. So BRU essentially have to work with the remaining 2 members. Final circle closes in. Look at this. So many people. 21 players and only a small zone, small pocket of air.
And Twisted Minds gearing up for yet another booyah for themselves to maintain dominance on that #1 spot. Even Buriram not threatening enough to reach up to their supremacy at this point of time. But they're still alive, could still be a threat. Let's see if they survive. RRQ, who are on that bottom ground waiting for them to show up. Reda will find the final execution onto Butch's in, and Fluxo's out.
And they have no idea that BTR is outside of the house, and Reda, they're gonna hold his ground for it now, right? Just speeding each other up. They see that blue zone coming in, but they realize that they still have some time to work with as Fluxo gets eliminated by BTR. Twisted Minds slowly inching forward towards the middle. RRQ, Kazu, and BRU on the other end, but Reda is still hunkering down in this building, and Shin is somehow still alive.
Oh my goodness, look at how they're handling all of this chaos. Once again, the 2 Thai teams, Nameless, up close and personal, just spraying down Bigatron Delta. Boys stood no chance, 11 eliminations strong. Buriram's out, and Twisted Minds, they should be able to wrap this up if RRQ doesn't mess with their gameplay.
Man, if there's one thing about Twisted Minds, if there's one way to describe what W Gaming means, is Twisted Minds. It's literally full speed ahead, run through everyone in their way. See if they can get the back-to-back-to-back, a hat trick. Start the knockout stage for day 1. They're certainly outnumbered. Reda still holding the center. Twisted Minds gonna move a little bit. Nameless starting to heal up on the side. Is this really the plan? Tommy shows up in the middle though. RQ Kazu from the other end of the building, but Reda, they're all clumped up together.
Shin up on top of the roof, and he finally hops on down. Can he get a couple of eliminations before getting taken out? Shin, unfortunately, will have to bleed out, and he's trying to play the medkit gameplay from afar. The first one to start patching himself right back up, but it's Reda. Reda bleeding out on the ground. This is just impossible. Hua Esports still alive. Shin patching himself up.
No way.
Subbing with the advantage here.
Are they not gonna bring out the blue wall? Sami takes the initiative! He's gonna blow all of them up!
Oh my god!
Sami! No, it didn't do it!
What? How?
What?
Saming blew down the glue walls, and Ma'al said thank you for taking out that nuisance from us, and he sprayed him down instead. What a crazy ending! Like I said, it was a Twisted Mind booyah unless RRQ messes up their gameplay with a fantastic run of their own, and RRQ finally shows up on day 1 of this global finals.
for quick thinking from RRQ because that could have gone really, really bad for them. Ami was about to run away with the entire round. He realized someone shot the glue wall and he's like, this is my chance. I just heal myself back up. They damaged their own glue wall. I'm gonna blow them up. But just one clip shot short of the win. If it's not for this moment, oh man, it could have been over for RRQ Kazu. Really goodbye.
And by the way, they had the Horizon line on them, but of course,
finalizar
after
o
the
dia
interview,
por
we go
aqui
with
no
RRQ.
nosso Free Fire World Series, primeiro dia da fase classificatória. E esse buia foi no gás, naquela riladinha do kit. A gente já tá aqui com um dos jogadores da RQ Kazu. And please, Yusu, go ahead.
Thank you, Carol. So, our last game, the Booyah belonged to RQ, and here is Mal. Hello. Okay, then, since today, every team in C dominate the game. So how do you feel about this? Do you feel there's a huge gap between C and Brazil?
Oke, karena lu ngelihat dari semua tim itu mendominasi, lu ada ngerasain gap gak antara region Asia dengan global?
Gak ada sih bang, sama aja.
He said nothing, but all the same.
Oh, nothing bro.
Yeah, all teams same.
Perfeito. A Yusu perguntou para ele, desde que o dia foi dominado totalmente pelos times asiáticos, se ele acha que existe uma diferença muito grande entre os times brasileiros e os times da Ásia. Ele falou assim que não existe muita diferença, mas realmente hoje foi um dia aí para os times asiáticos. Okay, so last year you guys finished in the 4th place on the overall standings in the Free Fire World Series. And how does it feel to be so close to winning, even though in the 4th place, and how does it impact you guys coming back to this year?
Oke, di tahun lalu lu sempat dapat hashtag keempat, nah terus lu balik lagi ke sini, gimana rasanya? Sebelumnya belum join ya?
Oh belum.
Jadi gimana rasanya?
Senang.
You just happy ya?
Happy.
We are happy to be here. Yeah.
Ok. Perguntei para eles, ano passado eles finalizaram, né, em 4º lugar na tabela geral, tá, do Mundial de Free Fire, que a Magic Squad foi campeã, e eles estavam realmente um tanto quanto próximos de serem campeões também, foram só alguns números de diferenças. E eu perguntei para ele como é que ele se sente de estar de volta aqui e competir novamente o Mundial de Free Fire, e ele disse que se sente feliz, né? É simples a resposta, e eles vão fazer de tudo aí para garantir o troféu, né, da Indonésia, talvez o primeiro. Mas enfim, minha família, vamos de melhores momentos, porque o nosso dia já tá quase chegando no fim. Yusu?
And thank you so much for having time with us in this interview. And maybe our Mal is a little bit quiet.
Yeah.
But I think he's
shy.
He's shy. I'm super shy, but I think he's enjoying his Booyah really much inside him right now. So again, congratulations and try harder next time, okay? We would like to see you again. Thank you, everyone. Now let's head back to the casters.
Maal is the shy guy. And
that's the motivation I need.
Yeah, there's two ways you could look at it, right? One, he said it was, it was good. He had good fun. Another part of him kind of was like, that was kind of easy out there as well. I mean, easy enough for RRQ to say on the final game. They got blessed with the second opportunity at Purgatory, and they made good work of it. Through all of that chaos, they handled it so well, Husky.
Yeah, it really came down to just a fraction of a second, right? That could have easily been the 3rd Booyah for Twisted Minds, but I don't think they are going to be too bothered about the result at the end of the day. Honestly, that's the motivation I need, right? To win a round, get interview, and have people tell me to try harder, because, what better way to win than to try harder? They did finish 4th last year, so if they can top that this year, it would be a landmark for Indonesia in general.
Yeah, 7th the previous year, 4th last year, and it has to be either the 2nd or the grand champion this year. That is the benchmark they have set for themselves. Consistent improvement coming through year after year on the global stage. But of course, day one did not seem super convincing, at least for the first 5 games. But the 6th game definitely boosted them right back up to the top. This should be good enough to put them in top 5. But of course, they'll have to wait and see exactly how that kind of interacts with Group C tomorrow, because I'm sure there are some heavy hitters there too.
Yeah, you tell me that this is just day one. I feel like, again, we got a full a full platter, right? We got the appetizer, the entree, and the dessert. We got Medkit Gaming. We got Horizon Light Gaming. We got BRU doing the thing with deck long, you know, kind of a throwback. And whoa, what is this?
Well,
hey, you can't just cut like that. What? I want to know what's happening. What are they gearing up Get High for?
3 eliminations here for Razer. Oh, I'm actually pretty curious as to what they're gearing up the boys from Buriram for as well. But perhaps it is for a video that they'll show us tomorrow, I guess. Ma'al, Abe, Duts, and Razer. Phenomenal play coming through from these boys. And of course, for this final game, one would have expected RRQ to go all out. And that's exactly what they did. 17 eliminations strong. I mean, you know, you can't just take that away from them. That was a beautiful play.
Yeah, we keep saying that the Indonesian teams, especially RQ, are being very tactical. They like to gather intel and make use of it. And they're like, you know what? We're gonna run triple Tatsuyas. We're going guns blazing, completely opposite of what's the norm from the Thai side, where they are starting to adopt the electrotherapy, the buddy system, and RQ Kazu. They decide to kind of bring back the old and run with it. But it's good to see that work out. I would say it's pretty risky though, considering that they haven't been convincingly winning a lot of the CQCs. Even the final round came down to just pure chaos for them to make use of.
7 eliminations coming through from Nameless here. 3,195 on the damage highlight for Shin. And the Grenadier of this game, the one and only Duts with the 12 nades used. But of course, with RRQ picking up the Booyah, it only means that Twisted Minds and Buriram still managed to dominate the day. The bigger question is actually going to be, how many points between them?
I wonder too. I want to see what's the gap between, you know, top 5 and everyone else. I want to see what the cutoff point is. There's a very good chance that by the end of the day, I know this day one, we know which teams might not make it to Point Rush. Very scary thought, considering how dominant some of these teams are, you know.
Yeah, of course. And of course, let's take a peek here at the elimination leaders as well before we get into the interview with the MVP of the day. Pretty sure he's going to walk away with something decent for himself. But, you know, looking at the numbers, they've just been on the increase game after game throughout the whole day. I believe in the first game that we saw, we were just seeing 3s and 4s. But here you see those numbers just pretty much increase overall.
If only AG Global was playing, it would be easy to answer that question, right? It would be due. Every single day, it would just be due. But we don't have him. So I don't know who is going to be MVP of the day. But if I have to take a pick, probably someone from Twisted Minds or BRU.
Of course, we have got the interview coming up. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the MVP of the day. I wonder who it is. I wonder if it was the guy they were putting the camera on.
It could be Get
That's
High.
a little bit of a spoiler there.
Probably even to Get High. I would take Diamond, honestly. But, you know, I'm pretty sure he'll get his own chance somewhere down the road.
I wanted to be Deck Long.
Sure, yeah, that would be fun. That would be great too. We might not see him tomorrow, right? If Moshi recovers.
So, well, hopefully Moshi does not recover then, because I'm absolutely enjoying watching Buriram tear the battlefield apart in terms of performance. Even though their star sniper is not part of the team, and they have brought in their analyst who has not been playing a good game of Free Fire in a long time. Obviously, he gets to scrim against some of the best alongside his Buriram players. But to come out on the world stage up against the creme de la creme squad from around the world and still perform decently, hats off. I don't even know how that is even possible.
Yeah, he shed a tear or two when they won the 4th season, right after a year of drought. To others, it felt like forever since some teams never even won a trophy. But for BRU, going 1 year without a single trophy felt like the end of the world. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that Moshi is focused on recovering. They need him for the finals. All right, as much as 75% of BRU looks pretty good, but BRU would want to be at 100%.
And of course, it's worth mentioning as well, the use of Olivia from the side of RRQ helped them with the faster healing in that previous game, helped them stay alive longer than Twisted Minds. And this is where bringing in the right composition of the active and passive skills really matter. and determine between a booyah or no booyah.
Now I really am curious who is going to be the MVP of the day. Like, what's the metrics to determine that? Are you the more elims you get, or who's your pick? I actually can't think of any. I feel like I have multiple candidates, but most of them are from the same team.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about the total numbers picked up on the battlefield. And there is a slight possibility that we already got a little bit of a preview of exactly who that person is, right? Because, you know, we saw Samin kind of do his thing out there. We saw Nameless with all of the assists. But the top average eliminations overall, I believe the last time we got a peek at that was a player from the side of Hua Esports. So we could actually be totally shocked with who gets the MVP here.
Yeah, if you look at eliminations, I think it's from Hua. If you look at total assists, oh boy, it's not even close. The average assists, most of them came from Twisted Minds, and it's just generally how they play, right? You would think that it's going to be from an Indonesian team, but no, Twisted Minds, when it comes to all these assists, they rack up some crazy numbers.
Yeah, most definitely, right? Top average damage from a team is from Twisted Minds as well, 6,888 damage. Average eliminations at the highest is Twisted Minds. Top average assists for the team is on Twisted Minds as well. Twisted Minds has been the best team throughout the whole day. But of course, we have got the interview coming up. As promised, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we get to see exactly who the MVP of day one of this global finals is shortly. But they just teasing me at this point.
Yeah, that's it. We're still waiting. Who's the MVP? Who's the MVP of the day?
Foca aqui nesse troféuzinho maravilhoso, bonitão aqui, porque o MVP do dia foi ele, Get High, da Burira. Here's your trophy, congratulations. And let's talk about a little bit. Vamos conversar com ele aqui, tá bom, galera? The player with the most MVP on the first day of knockout stage. It was an amazing day for you and your team, and I would like to know how you guys will plan to stay so consistent for the next coming days.
เนื่องจากว่าวันนี้เป็นวันแรกของนักออสเตรแล้วเราก็ทำผลงานได้ดีมากว่าได้ MVP ในวันแรกเลยแล้วได้วันต่อๆไปยังคิดอยู่ไหมว่าจะเอาอีก
ก็อยากได้อยู่ครับจะเก็บทุกอันเลย
Of course we still want more and we will try to collect all of them.
Ah, tá bom, né? Perguntei aqui, falei pra ele que ele foi o MVP, foi o jogador com mais MVPs, tá bom? Ele fez 2 MVPs durante essas 6 partidas. E aí eu perguntei pra ele como é que eles vão tentar se manter regulares durante a competição, né? Nos próximos dias. E ele falou, simplesmente ele só falou do troféu, que eles vão tentar coletar mais desses troféus. Yusuf?
Again, hi, congratulations on becoming the first MVP on our first day. So, can I ask about your experience while you were using the Samsung phone? Does it enhance your playing skill up?
ใช้โทรศัพท์ Samsung Galaxy แล้วรู้สึกว่าเป็นไงดีไหม
ดีครับลื่นโทรศัพท์ดีครับลื่นดีครับเหมาะกับการเล่นเกมครับผม
The phone is really good, smooth and like suitable for playing a game.
Perfeito. E o Su perguntou aqui pra ele em relação ao celular, como é que ele se sente jogando, né, no Samsung e no S24, e ele falou que realmente tem ajudado bastante nas gameplays dele, porque é bem confortável e ele consegue fazer suas melhores gameplays, e isso explica muita coisa por ele ter sido o MVP de hoje. Okay, right now spill the tea for us and tell us about your routine day before a game day.
Yeah. บอกหน่อยว่าวันหนึ่งเราทำอะไรบ้างก่อนที่เราจะมาแข่ง แบบวันหนึ่งทำอะไรบ้าง
นอนแล้วก็กินครับ
นอนแล้วกิน
ใช่
Sleep and eat
Really? That's it?
แค่นี้เหรอ
แล้วก็
แค่นี้ครับแค่นี้
Just that.
Tá bom. Pedi pra ele contar pra gente, né, alguns segredinhos da rotina dele como jogador antes de iniciar o dia. E ele falou assim que ele só come e dorme. Gente, aí eu perguntei, tem certeza? Não tem mais nada? Não, ele só come e dorme. Yusuf?
Yeah, and to be honest, they have the like a champion vibe, so they just eat and sleep, repeat, and then this is it, the MVP! Oh my gosh! And also we would like to say thank you to Casper Sky for sponsoring us this beautiful cup. Again, congratulations! So Carol, do you have any words you want to send to Get High as well?
Congratulations, Get High. E a gente quer agradecer, né, ao nosso patrocinador Kaspersky, que tá marcando presença também aqui no nosso Mundial. E é isso, minha família. Vamos voltar lá pra Camilota pra gente fazer o encerramento do nosso primeiro dia. Tamo junto!
to our lovely host as always, and congratulations, Get High, MVP of the day. Here we go. Stats on your screen: 16 eliminations, rocking the Cassie, 20 assists, 8,138 total damage. So he essentially starts off the global finals $1,000 richer before we even find out who's the winner.
Absolutely. I mean, he's already a winner all the time out there alongside his squad. And for him to be able to pick up this title is definitely going to boost their confidence quite a little bit. Fingers crossed the confidence does not become overconfidence, but obviously the other teams are hoping that's exactly the case so that they get an opportunity for themselves as well. One team that's not too happy is Bigatron Delta, but they should be proud of themselves because they did fairly well. I guess they're a tad bit disappointed because RRQ overtook them with that final game.
And it's not by a lot, I think, thankfully, right? RRQ, I mean, even Bigatron got caught up in the crossfire in the final round with taking that contraction off. So, off Get High. I wonder what that's for. Like, what does he record him taking the trophy? We'll probably see a shot of it afterwards. But yeah, I mean, I think overall for day one, if I just look at the standings alone, not too bad. You know, Hawaii Sports not doing too shabby. Fluxo also off to a decent start considering how slow the day was for them. It does set the stage for the rest of the knockouts.
I mean, it most definitely does. Obviously, we haven't seen the performance of Group C just yet. We get to have the pleasure of their presence out here on the global finals tomorrow, where they will be in action. Attack All Around and Falcons, they have been heated up. They watched the dominance of the other two Thai teams, Twisted Minds and Buriram, and they want to show a little bit of what they can do. Brazil has got a little bit to say as well through E1 as well as Team Pain. They want to show exactly what Brazil can do. There's a lot more action that we have not taken a look at just yet. But of course, taking a look at the overall standings, it's very clear the dominance from Thailand, untouchable.
Look at the gap, right, between Twisted Minds and Wask is 101 points in difference just off of a single day. This is complete madness. You know, as much as this is just day one, you can already see the big power gap in between some of these teams.
Yeah.
As mentioned, we haven't even gotten the full servings yet. Like you mentioned, like you said, right? 2 more Thai teams yet to take the stage. We got WAG, who was also one of the front runners in the Southeast Asian finals, over Hua by a long shot. If this is the performance we saw from Hua Esports, I wonder what prime WAG will look like.
Yeah, I mean, Wask, unfortunate for them, they are struggling down at the bottom. Fingers crossed they do find their recovery play tomorrow because they most definitely need it. The top 12 does move on into Point Rush and they have a shot at the World Championship as a whole. And it doesn't matter. Even though you qualify from the 12th spot, you can still make a mad dash for the top. I mean, we saw what Hua Esports did at the Southeast Asian Finals. They scraped through from the group stage, and out here, they are making so much of noise. I mean, even to qualify for this particular stage, they came in the 9th spot. So, you know, anything can happen.
Oh, yeah. Look at the team of the day. We got Twisted Minds. This, I 100% agree. I think they have really set the bar high. You look at 70 eliminations on the first day. My God, out of 121 points, more than half of it is eliminations. Someone got to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, they tried. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds is way too good. The rotations, the positioning on the final circle especially, when we saw, I believe it was in match number 3, Alpine, it was just pure brilliance out of Twisted Minds. They know exactly how to read the map, they know how to read the circle, and that in itself is a deadly power to have in your hands.
It went above and beyond for sure, right? Talk about setting the bar, the benchmark of what a global stage ready team is. Twisted Minds, if they keep this up, I would not be surprised if they just completely destroy the entire knockout stage. Because they got 3 more days to go after this, right? 1 more this weekend and 2 more next weekend. This could be the best Twisted Minds runs we have seen just based off of day 1. But then again, BRU, they're not with the full lineup yet, so we can't be sure.
Yes, Snapdragon Mobile Masters, the last time we saw them in hot action. ever since then, they haven't really shown up as much. They've been biding their time, waiting for an opportunity like this. I don't think they're going to mess it up. I don't think they're going to throw it away that easy. But of course, it is easier said than done to maintain consistency on the global stage, because where they are obviously is admirable, but there are many other teams who are capable enough to snatch that spot away from them. We saw the likes of Fluxo and their consistency finding that final circle. We saw the likes of the two-time world champs Buriram themselves making so much of noise in that final circle, walking away with 2 booyahs as well. Anything can happen. And of course, Group C still has got their own fair share to say.
Yeah, we've seen even BRU, right? They went 1 year without a trophy, and a lot of tournaments that they participate in, whether regionally or internationally, teams put a big target on their back. It feels like nowhere is safe. People study the drop zone. People hot drop them. They just want BRU to not win a trophy, and to remain at the top. Even the best teams sometimes fall. So for Twisted Minds, they are just about to embark on that journey.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, teams like RRQ, they needed to find their adjustment, and they did exactly that. So that good on them for being able to do so. Unfortunately for Bigatron Delta, they dropped the ball in the final moments. They could not find enough in terms of points when it comes to the placement as well as elimination in the final 2 games. But tomorrow is definitely a day where we hit that reset. All throughout week 1, each team has got 2 play days here, so there's a lot of opportunities. 12 games within a week for you to collect those points, and average performance per game usually does the trick. So as long as you're not dwelling down at the bottom too consistently, you stand a fair chance of qualifying. At the end of the day, you just have to make sure you're not in the bottom 5.
Yeah, I personally am looking forward to tomorrow. I want to see how Attack All Around is going to fare, because it's been quite a while since they are back on that world stage, right? And especially when they're coming in as the kind of the underdog next in line. Now that AG Global isn't involved in this could be the running back for them.
Absolutely. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that brings us to the end of the opening day here at the Global Finals for the Free Fire World Series. My name is AJ once again, and this is Husky. Thank you so much for joining us, tuning into this broadcast all the way to the end. Good night, goodbye. We'll catch you tomorrow, same time, same place.